the nature of man. It's the earth man. Rasta man. I listen to the first.
What is a Rasta man? The man we set the plan. The man we touch the street and love and bless up everyone. Man no skip a beat, the Rasta man unique. We now go take defeat, the mission have been complete. And through the humble and the meek. My lyrics is my gun, no boy can't tell me no. She rise above the rest. Empress no beg no friend, real empress no bend.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance meeting of June 20th, 2023 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Samuel Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Here. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca absent. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis present. Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Present. Madam Chair, 4 present and 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum. Or is there any correspondence to be read into the record? You may proceed.
Revised Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance agenda. The venue for the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance meeting scheduled for Tuesday, June 20th, 2023, to receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2024 executive budget for the Government of the Virgin Islands of the United States has been moved to the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers. Block 1, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Invited testifier, Mr. Richard T. Evangelista, Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Block 2, VI Territorial Emergency Management Agency. Invited testifier, Mr. Darrell Jashen, Director, VI Territorial Emergency Management Agency. Madam Chair, that is all the correspondence for this morning.
Okay, Madam Clerk, that actually was the agenda, so we don't have any other correspondence? No?
No, Madam Chair.
All right, so the agenda has been read into the record. Again, good morning to everyone. Today we will have a short meeting. We'll hear from the first department that's up for today's budget hearing is the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. We were to hear from the Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue, but we moved that, and we will hear later on from the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, and they will provide testimony on their 2024 budget. So again, I'm going to ask the testifiers that's in the St. Croix district, and let me just apologize to the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs team for moving the meeting at the last minute. I have experienced some tragedy in my family, so I am trying to juggle some things. So please accept my apologies for not being present with you as I initially intended. But nonetheless, the work of the GVA must go on, of the legislature rather, must go on. So we're going to hear today from this morning from the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. I'm going to ask the commissioner to please put his name and title on the record, and your other team members can proceed as well. Commissioner Evangelista.
Good morning. Sure. Good morning, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory. On behalf of DLCA, condolences to you and your family. My name is Richard T. Evangelista, Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Good morning, Myrna George, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Again, condolences to you and the family.
I'm going to ask media if
Good
they
morning.
can please, 1 second, once the testifiers are speaking, can you please zoom them in on the screen so we can see them on this side? Could you state your name again? Did you say Miss Myrna George?
Yes, Senator.
And you are the Deputy
Myrna George, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Deputy Commissioner.
Thank you. All right.
Good morning. Lorraine Fredericks, Director of Admin and Business Management. Condolences to you, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you.
Good. Yes, good morning. Horace Graham, Director of the Division of Licensing, and as previously noted, condolences to you.
Thank you.
Enforcement.
Please recognize the mic of the testifier in St. Croix.
Is this better?
Yes.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Senator. My name is Wilbur Francis. I'm the Director of Enforcement at the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. And just to echo everyone's sentiments, condolences to you and your family.
Thank you. And you are Wilbert, you said, Francis?
Wilbur Francis. Yes, ma'am.
Could you spell that?
Nicholas.
Spell your name. Mr. Francis. Spell your first name, please.
Wilbur.
Oh, Wilbur. Okay, Wilbur. All right, next testifier.
Nicholas Francois, Alcohol Coordinator. My deepest condolences to you.
Thank you, Mr. Francois, Alcohol Coordinator. And then we have, oh, there's more, okay.
Good morning. Matthew Paget, Director of Consumer Affairs, and again, our deepest condolences for your loss.
Thank you.
Good morning. Geraldine Vaval, General Counsel, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Good morning, classmate. General Counsel. That's it, Commissioner? And then we have in St.
Yes,
Thomas.
Senator.
We have in St. Thomas.
And St. Thomas, we have one person, yes.
Please put your name and title on the record.
Good morning. Hannah Carty, Executive Director, Office of Cannabis Regulations.
All right. All right, Commissioner Evangelista, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chair, Committee of Finance, members of the Committee on Finance, other senators of the 35th Legislature, the legislative staff, the wonderful DLCA staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Richard Tomas Evangelista, Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, DLCA. Today, I am accompanied by Deputy Commissioner Myrna George, General Counsel Geraldine Vaval, Director of Administration and Business Management Lorraine Fredericks, Director of Licensing Horace Graham Jr., Director of Enforcement Wilbur Francis, Director of Consumer Affairs Matthew Paget, Alcohol Control Unit Coordinator Nicholas Francois, and Executive Director of the Office of Cannabis Regulation, Ms. Hannah Carty. Unfortunately, Assistant Commissioner Natalie Hodge is unavailable for today's hearing. The Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, or DLCA, is established under the Virgin Islands Code, Title III, Chapter 16. The department provides consumer-related services and programs pursuant to the Consumer Code as set forth in Virgin Islands Code Title 12A, which is the Consumer Code, including the Consumer Protection Law of 1973 and the Price Controls Act as set forth in the Virgin Islands Code. Title 11, Price Controls, etc. DLCA also regulates the licensing of private businesses and professions as provided forth in Virgin Islands Code Title 27, Professions and Occupations, including Chapter 9, Licensing of Business and Occupations, Sections 301, etc. The department's mission statement is serving businesses and assisting, educating, and protecting consumers. Review of the fiscal year 2024 budget. DLCA's total budget for fiscal year 2024 is $5,627,200. It reflects an increase of $294,631 from the department's revised fiscal year 2023 budget appropriation amount of $4,709,779. The budget comprises $5,004,410 in general fund appropriations and $500,000 in consumer protection fund appropriations. The general fund allotment amount of $4,570,452 covers personnel services of $3,058,456 and fringe benefits of $1,511,996. The remaining $433,958 covers the department's operating expenses. The operating expenses for general fund includes $29,600 for supplies, $323,358 for other services and charges, which includes professional services and a website/online licensing system for $164,000, communication for $4,831, repairs and maintenance for $2,500, rent for the St. Croix office at $91,500, and miscellaneous services at $60,527, for a difference of $800 between fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 2024, and $81,000 for utilities. The remaining budget allotment of $500,000 comes from the Consumer Protection Fund, which is a revolving fund derived from the collection of license penalties and citations, fines. This special fund is designated to address the costs associated with investigating, resolving consumer disputes, complaints, and consumer education. Due to the general fund expenditure ceiling imposed by the Office of Management and Budget to the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs via correspondence dated January 11th, 2023, the consumer protection funds have been utilized to defray costs for professional contracts, equipment, communication, and supplies. The Consumer Protection Fund expenses includes $30,000 in personal services for board members per diem, $5,000 for fringe benefits, $58,500 for supplies, and $406,500 for other miscellaneous services and charges. The department overview. There are currently 9 separate divisions within the department, which include the Office of the Commissioner. The Office of the Commissioner is responsible for the overall leadership, management, planning, supervision, and direction of the department so that it may effectively carry out its mission. Next is the Administration and Business Management. This division is responsible for all budgeting, accounting, payroll, procurement, and personnel operations of the department. It provides all the resources required for staff to perform their duties in an efficient, effective, and professional manner. This office maintains the following accounts: General Fund, Consumer Protection Fund, Vendors Plaza Fund, Virgin Islands Public Accountancy Fund, and Real Estate Appraisers Fund. Next division is the Licensing Division. This division is responsible for receiving, reviewing, and approving applications for business licenses. Upon receipt of the electronic application for new or renewal licenses, fees are collected and electronic approval from other departments integral to the license approval process is verified, including the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Division of Corporations and Trademarks, the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the Virgin Islands Fire Services, and the Department of Health. The division has implemented the provisions of 27 VI Code Section 303, which have greatly improved the time frame for the processing of business licenses. While some tweaking is still required, we have seen a dramatic decrease in the average number of days to process renewals, that is in less than 10 days pursuant to the code, and a continued downward trajectory for the time it takes to process new applications. The division will no longer allow unpaid and incomplete licenses to remain active for more than 10 days, which is about 1.5 weeks. During the fiscal year 2023 through May 31st, 2023, the Division of Licensing has approved a total of 7,834 businesses, which represents a decrease of 21% compared to the prior fiscal year's value of 9,874. These businesses fall into a total of 13,091 categories of business activity, indicating the same decrease of 21% compared to the prior fiscal year's value of 16,526. The breakdown of the approved businesses is as follows: 1,846 new businesses, showing an increase of 22% compared to the previous fiscal year's value of 1,509. These new businesses cover 2,786 categories of business activity, demonstrating a 30% increase compared to the previous fiscal year's value of 2,143. Additionally, 5,988 businesses were renewed, representing a decrease of 28% compared to the prior fiscal year value of 8,365. These renewed business categories encompass 10,305 categories of business activity, which indicates the same decrease of 28% compared to the previous fiscal year value of 14,383. In terms of business license revenues collected during this period, the division has collected $2,888,538.07, reflecting a decrease of 19% compared to the prior fiscal year's value of $3,560,109. Thus far in fiscal year 2023, there has been a decrease in the overall number of business licenses and associated revenues. This decline can be attributed to the stabilization of values that experienced a significant spike during fiscal year 2022. During that period, various measures, including amnesty offerings, were implemented to encourage businesses experiencing delinquency during the pandemic to come into compliance with the division's requirements. These initiatives aimed to bring non-compliant businesses into line by providing them with incentives to rectify any issues or discrepancies. The resulting surge in business license numbers during fiscal year 2022 was a direct outcome of these efforts. However, in 2023, the business license numbers have slightly decreased, indicating that the effects of the previous fiscal year's initiatives have leveled out. This decrease suggests that the number of businesses benefiting from the amnesty offerings has reached a plateau, and the overall business environment is now more stable. It is important to note that while the decrease in license numbers may appear modest, it indicates a normalization in the business landscape rather than a negative trend. The prior year's aggressive measures and amnesty programs were successful in bringing businesses into compliance, and the current numbers reflect a more balanced situation. The division has successfully implemented the provisions outlined in 27 VI Code Section 303A. As a result, a significant percentage of business licenses renewals are now being issued promptly. Specifically, 85% of renewals are processed and issued within 10 days, while 92% are completed within 15 days. This demonstrates the division's commitment to streamlining the renewal process and providing businesses with their licenses in a timely manner. Kudos to the Division of Licensing, the Division of Enforcement, and in fact, the entire DLCA, who collaboratively, we work diligently to ensure that the licenses as they come in are put out as promptly as possible. Regarding the issuance of new business licenses, there's been a gradual improvement. Currently, 42% of new licenses are issued within 10 days, indicating progress in expediting the application review process. However, there are still challenges associated with new businesses, particularly in ensuring that payments and required documents are submitted promptly. Meeting these requirements are crucial for the division to conduct a minimum review and proceed with issuing the licenses. Efforts are underway to address timely submission, as it does remain a bottleneck in approving new business licenses. By emphasizing the importance of adhering to submission deadlines and providing clear guidelines on the necessary documents, the division can work towards improving efficiency of issuing licenses for new businesses. Many of the business licenses for new applicants are processed by license processors. In other words, persons solicit the services of persons who are licensed to assist with the business license process instead of coming straight to DLCA and utilizing our officers for free. The division meets with these processes to ensure that their concerns are addressed and to capture any issues that may delay the issuance of a business license. The department's persistent use of social media and other media resources to inform the public is yielding positive results, as increasingly applications and applicants are following through with the requirements more readily. Next division, boards and commissions. The Division of Boards and Commissions has oversight responsibility for professions and trades, including the testing and licensing of individuals in each area. There are distinct requirements for each of the following 8 boards and commissions. And on behalf of DLCA, I'd like to extend a happy birthday to President Francis, who we can consider the godfather of the Division of Boards and Commissions at DLCA, because he has championed, along with the members of the legislature, quite a number of updates to the statute since I took office in the past 4 years. The following 8 boards and commissions under boards and commissions are: 1, architects, engineers, and land surveyors; 2, barbering and cosmetology; 3, certified public accountants; 4, the Contractors, Trades, and Craft Board, which was combined to include the former General Contractors Board, the Electricians Board, the Fiber Optics Board, the Plumbing Board, and the HVAC Mechanical Board; 5, real estate appraisers; 6, real estate brokers and salespersons; 7, social workers; 8, licensed counselors. During fiscal year 2022, the division administered examinations to 109 candidates and issued 2,236 licenses, which includes 453 new licenses and 1,783 renewals. Through May 31st of fiscal year 2023, the division administered examinations to 102 candidates and issued 1,483 licenses, to include 349 new licenses and 1,134 renewals. The Office of Boards and Commissions is on target with its key performance indicator goals by issuing renewals within 3 days of application. However, the Boards and Commissions failed to meet its target by 3 days for new applications due to the applicant's failure to provide a completed application. So the number of phone calls that you may receive from your constituents, followed by the call to me, many times includes a delay on the applicant's part to provide complete information within their package to get a license processed. At the onset of fiscal year 2023, PSI, which is the test taker, hired a part-time employee to proctor the examinations at the test center located at the DLCA's Christiansted office. This employee proctors all PSI-related examinations every Tuesday and Wednesday. Contrary, the PSI Testing Center on St. Thomas is located at UVI Cell and offers the PSI examinations only 1 day per week. This is mainly because that test site at the UVI Cell offers testing to various test developers, and as such, we are limited to this time slot permitted. The Office of Boards and Commissions has dedicated extensive time in updating statutory amendments in keeping with Governor Bryan's mandate as it pertains to the regulation, examination, and licensure for the following boards: architects, engineers, and land surveyors, barbering and cosmetology, certified public accountants, counselors, and the contractors, trades and crafts, and the social work board. Consumer Affairs. The Division of Consumer Affairs is responsible for assisting, educating, and protecting consumers against unfair and deceptive trade practices. It advises, guides, and represents consumers regarding the filing of formal complaints against businesses and/or professionals and attempts to resolve them. It is also responsible for ensuring equity in the marketplace through the establishment and enforcement of weights and measures standards in the Virgin Islands. The division also conducts monthly market basket surveys, weekly gasoline price surveys, monthly scanner surveys, various store inspections, and weekly pull date inspections. Market baskets and fuel surveys are available for viewing on our website at dlca.vi.gov. During fiscal year 2023, from October 2022 to April 2023, the division conducted 71 inspections at retail establishments and issued citations for various consumer laws violations at approximately $42,700. Within the Consumer Affairs Division is a separate, distinct Consumer Protection Services unit responsible for the development and implementation of consumer education programs and activities, addressing consumer complaints and monitoring business practices throughout the territory for compliance with consumer laws. Fiscal year 2023 through April 30th, 2023, the unit received 183 consumer complaints, closed 138, and kept as information only or referred 45 to DLCA's legal division and/or other agencies within its jurisdiction. On average, it takes approximately 20 calendar days for our 2 consumer compliance and protection officers to resolve a consumer complaint. Through mediation, the division returned $93,338.01 directly to consumers from businesses without the need for legal intervention. The Weights and Measures Unit is another distinct unit within this division. It is responsible for ensuring that all commercial weighing and measuring devices and methods used in the territory are accurate and correct. The unit also enforces all laws and regulations pertaining to food freshness and net contents of packaged goods. Food freshness refers to the date by which the food is best by or used by, and not the quality of the food. Quality of food is under the jurisdiction of the Department of Health, with whom DLCA routinely collaborates. This fiscal year through April 30th, 2023, the unit inspected various scales and retail meters in addition to conducting 71 pull date inspections of several million food items while functioning the entire period with only 1 inspector on St. Croix, 2 inspectors on St. Thomas, and none in St. Thomas, and none in St. John. The department would like to take this opportunity to formally welcome Mrs. Diane John as our new Chiefs of Weights and Measures Inspector. Chief John was hired from within the Virgin Islands government to Chief Weights and Measure Inspector effective April 2023, as well as our new St. John Coordinator, Ms. Cherokee Thomas. The Enforcement Division. The Enforcement Division enforces Virgin Islands licensing laws by inspecting all businesses to ensure compliance. Additionally, the enforcement officers provide a process of service on behalf of the department, as well as escorts the cashier and collection clerks to the bank as needed. The division also regularly participates in various task forces and joint initiatives with the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Office of the Governor, Department of Health, and local community organizations as needed. The Division of Enforcement continues to process new applications within 3 days of an applicant initiating the process for a new business license. On average, the division conducts over 300 compliance checks per month on existing businesses. Thus far, the Division of Enforcement has issued $91,650 in citations. The breakdown is as follows: $24,500 for shops allowing the unlicensed practice of barbering, cosmetology, aesthetics, natural hair care, or manicuring; $25,950 for businesses operating without a license or proper licensure; $25,500 for businesses found in violation of not accepting 2 forms of payments, and $11,100 for businesses operating with an expired license, and $2,500 for businesses engaging in deceptive trade practices, and $2,100 for posting violations. The Legal Division. The Legal Division is responsible for providing in-house legal advice to the Commissioner and the Department, promulgating and implementing rules and regulations, providing legal advice to all boards and commissions, assisting with the development of policies and procedures, prosecuting licensing/consumer violations through administrative proceedings, and representing the department and consumers on legal matters. In addition, the division also assists with professional contract matters, including ensuring contractor compliance and addressing and processing personnel issues and grievances, and conducting surveys through subpoena investigation of the reasonableness of the wholesale and retail prices of propane, retail, and wholesale gas in the territory. The division also drafted subpoenas for the commissioner's signature and issued them to businesses to investigate consumer complaints alleging a violation of price gouging. During fiscal year 2023 through May 31st, 2023, 2 cases were referred to the legal division, and both were settled without the need for formal administrative proceedings. The division responded to 32 subpoenas and conducted 1 administrative hearing for a complaint filed last fiscal year. Also, General Counsel drafted 7 recommendations to waive or not waive citations and 2 preliminary determinations for non-compliance to businesses operating in violation of 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9. The division also requested the assistance of the Department of Justice to bring enforcement against businesses who failed to respond to the department's subpoena in actions to investigate prices, and worked closely with the Department of Justice to obtain the requested information, as well as aided the Department of Justice in obtaining subpoena documents in other class action suits. In keeping with Governor Bryan's mandate to complete the rules and regulations for all boards, Legal Counsel for boards and commissions has a working draft for the following 3 of the 8 boards under DLCA: the Practice of Professional Counseling Services, the Virgin Islands Board of Contractors, Trades, and Crafts, and the Board of Social Workers. Legal Counsel also discovered the deficiencies that have existed since 2010 and earlier in the publishing rules and regulations territory-wide by studying existing statutes and rules on such requirements and communicating with the Lexus representative and counsel. Deficiencies that she discovered not only harm licensees' livelihoods, but also have led to non-compliance with certain federal mandates, as well as expose the boards and department to potentially costly legal challenges. Additionally, Legal Counsel has drafted amendments to the existing rules and regulations for the boards of real estate appraisers to comply with federal audit requirements. Legal Counsel also drafted proposed amendments to Title 27 for 5 of the 8 boards: Board of Architects, Engineers and Land Surveyors, Board of Contractors, Trades and Crafts, Real Estate Commission, Board of Real Estate Appraisers, and Board of Social Workers. The effect of these changes will be to modernize the code and address inconsistencies with other titles of the Virgin Islands Code. The next item is the Office of Cannabis Regulation. Pursuant to Act Number 8167, effective January 17, 2019, the Virgin Islands Office of Cannabis Regulation was created on January 3, 2022, to implement and administer the provisions of the Virgin Islands Medicinal Cannabis Patient Care Act. On January 18, 2023, the Virgin Islands Cannabis Use Act, Act 8680, was signed into law, which has decriminalized simple possession of cannabis and created pathways for adult, medicinal, and sacramental use of cannabis. The Office of Cannabis Regulation has been diligently working on finalizing the Medical Cannabis Patient Registry contract, organizing forms and applications, understanding the new law, planning programmatic initiatives, meeting stakeholders within our community, coordinating with the Office of the Governor to begin community education initiatives later this year, and worked with the Virgin Islands Police Department to issue radio advertisements that were heard prior to the St. Thomas Carnival, and will continue working with the VIPD to generate other media touchpoints for the community. Executive Director Cardi has also collaborated with states across the country to learn more about how cannabis is being regulated across the United States and the lessons that can be applied here in the Virgin Islands. We recently had the opportunity to explore and learn from regulators and facilities in Illinois and Hawaii, and we plan to attend the Cannabis Regulators Association Conference later this month to learn from the industry personnel and regulators across the United States. Our experiences have been eye-opening, and there are many lessons to be learned from each. Funding and staffing will be critical to the successful rollout of the cannabis program. We also ask that you specifically review and address the amendments suggested by both Director Cardi and Attorney Keywalker during their testimony to the legislature on March 8th, which highlights immediate changes that must be accomplished before the cannabis program can begin. We recently received an updated draft of the proposed rules and regulations last week, which have been forwarded to the Department of Justice to review for legal sufficiency. Once that has been completed, we will be forwarding it to the Cannabis Advisory Board for their formal approval. Thereafter, the town hall can be conducted, in which there will be a 30-day comment period prior to the formal document being finalized. The next division is the Alcohol Control Unit. The Alcohol Control Unit is a reintroduction of the Alcohol Control Board under the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. This unit operates under the Office of the Commissioner. Personnel within this unit are tasked with actively educating, regulating, and monitoring the sales, standardization, and distribution of alcohol in the United States Virgin Islands. The Alcohol Unit has several functions, and together, these functions enhance the unit's ability as well as capability to efficiently carry out all tasks. These tasks include labeling, alcohol release forms, random inspections, approval of licenses, monitoring and regulating establishments, and documentation of alcohol imported to and exported from the territory. Attached there is a table of the number of licenses throughout the territory that you can refer to, followed by the number of rum exports for this fiscal year through April 30th of 2023. In the inceptions, the unit's goal was to educate before you regulate campaign. However, the time has come for us to be fair but tough to bring non-compliant establishments into compliance. To date, the Alcohol Control Unit has given 24 notices of violations at a sum exceeding $38,600. This is what the unit has achieved thus far with the personnel at hand. More personnel and equipment for this unit would create more revenue generated for the government. The Alcohol Control Unit is currently operating with a coordinator in St. Croix and one inspector, as well as one inspector and an office assistant in the St. Thomas St. John district. Staffing. The department's current staffing level for fiscal year 2023 is 54 persons, all paid for by the general fund. All budgeted positions are currently filled or are being filled. Of 54 positions, 23 are in the St. Croix district and 23 are in the St. Thomas St. John district. Currently, there are 8 vacant positions. The vacant positions are as follows. In the District of St. Thomas, 1 cashier, 1 licensing officer, 1 special investigator, 1 enforcement aide, 1 administrative assistant, and 1 consumer compliance and protection officer. In the District of St. Croix, 1 legal office administrator, and 1 consumer compliance and protection officer. For fiscal year 2024, DLCA has received 8 new positions, which are currently funded at 50%, and they are as follows: 1 enforcement officer, St. Thomas; 1 court clerk, territory-wide; 1 special assistant, St. Thomas; 1 public information officer, territory-wide; 1 chief weights and measures officer, St. Thomas; 1 chief complaint officer, St. Thomas; 1 special assistant, territory-wide; 1 admin assistant, Office of Cannabis Regulation. And the breakdown is indicated in a chart that's immediately before the end of page 18. The lack of adequate staffing is a great obstacle to attaining greater results from the Division of Consumer Affairs and expeditious outcomes for our customers, both internal and external. A strong presence of inspectors and investigators in the field would provide consumers with more confidence in the department and help to reduce any offenses committed by businesses going unnoticed. Currently, the Weights and Measures Unit within the Division of Consumer Affairs is functioning with 2 Weights and Measures Inspectors 1 in the District of St. Thomas and St. John, and 1 Weights and Measures Inspector 1 in the District of St. Croix. Fortunately, we hired a new Chief of Weights and Measures Inspector after a year of that position being vacant. To adequately serve the needs of the Virgin Islands, the Weights and Measures Division needs a complementary staff of 7 inspectors, 3 Inspector Level 1s and 3 Inspector Levels 2, and the Chief Inspector for the territory to provide DLCA with enough inspectors to cover all the retail stores, all the gas stations, all the grocery stores, all the fishermen and farmers, as well as associated tasks to meet the needs of our external customers. The Consumer Protection Unit, which is also within the Division of Consumer Affairs, currently consists of 2 funded and 1 filled Consumer Compliance Officer in the St. Thomas and St. John District, and 1 filled Chief Compliance Officer, along with 1 unfilled Consumer Compliance Officer in the District of St. Croix. Regarding the Chief Compliance Officer position, I would like to take this time to formally welcome long-term DLCA Consumer Protection employee, Mrs. Dito Harris O'Reilly, into her new role as our Chief Compliance Officer. Ideally, this unit needs a staff of 3 compliance officers in St. Thomas, St. John District, and 3 in the St. Croix District, which includes the Chief Compliance Officer, to adequately serve the needs of the Virgin Islands. The Consumer Affairs Division will also benefit from an Assistant Director of Consumer Affairs located in the District of St. Thomas and St. John to provide supervision and support in overseeing both the Consumer Affairs Division, Weights and Measures, and Consumer Protection. Most board vacancies have been filled, with the most recent being Mr. Christopher McDonald to the Virgin Islands Real Estate Commission. However, there is still a need to fill board vacancies to the Contractors, Trades, and Craft Board and the Licensed Counselors Board. On behalf of DLCA, thank you to the members of the 33rd and the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. The Governor's Office has been diligently trying to fill these vacancies. However, it is sometimes challenging to obtain a commitment from some of these tradespersons. Many are faced with trepidation to go before the Rules Committee for a confirmation hearing. Recommendations and resumes of qualified individuals have agreed to serve were submitted to the Office of Governor for its action. The department awaits action on these, and it is my understanding that the process is ongoing. A complete listing of boards and commissions appointments and vacancies is provided in the chart that follows. As we prepare for promulgated cannabis regulations later this year, we have begun drafting budgetary recommendations for the program. We believe that the OCR will require more substantive investment in years 1 and 2 until the program is ready to accommodate its own costs. The OCR will require considerable investment, more than the money allocated in the Act based on these introductory numbers. We're looking at hiring at a minimum 16 full-time employees, of which 11 are for compliance and enforcement-related activity over the next 2 years. This structure is critical for our adult use market. In speaking with other regulators, we must have the people on board our team to bring the illicit market into the legal market, particularly in the beginning. Included here is our estimation for the next 2 years, including one-time expenditures, annual costs, and personnel. Based on our estimation year 1, expenditures will be $1,485,500, which would create a shortfall of $485,000 in the first year alone. For the full breakdown of the 2-year projection, please see the chart below. We would be happy to go into greater detail about the budget and any questions you may have about the numbers that went into developing this budget estimation. Goals, initiatives, and accomplishments. Website enhancements. The department is currently engaged in efforts to enhance its web application. The Bureau of Information Technology is in ongoing consultation with the department on the digitization of paper records and the necessary improvements to our web application. We anticipate in short order to be able to clearly determine the Bureau's strategy to assist in meeting these needs. This collaborative approach ensures that the department can effectively meet its objectives in enhancing the web application. Considerable progress has been made in improving the application processing for the Division of Boards and Commissions through ongoing collaborations with the current contractor. These improvements aim to streamline the process and enhance the efficiency of application processing within the division. However, work is still underway to improve consumer complaint and citation tracking, case management, and documenting regulatory activities. These aspects of the web application are currently being addressed to enhance their functionality and effectiveness. The department recognizes the importance of these improvements and is actively working towards implementing them. By focusing on enhancing these specific areas, the department aims to provide a more robust and efficient web application. This will enable better tracking and management of consumer complaints, legal cases, and regulatory measures, improving the overall performance and effectiveness of the department's operations. Consumer outreach. DLCA has continued its community outreach efforts on consumer topics and educating businesses on business licensing requirements. Some of the public outreach and educational initiatives are Talk DLCA, a monthly virtual series to hear community concerns and educate on DLCA initiatives held via Zoom. Town hall meetings were held throughout the past fiscal year to educate the community on various areas overseen by DLCA. Gas surveys and rack rates issued by Gulf Oil Pricing at Lime Tree Bay are uploaded to our website weekly. Our online Facebook presence and sending email blasts to businesses notifying them of initiatives and important messages from DLCA and other agencies. Food cost analysis. A food cost analysis commenced in the Virgin Islands in April 2017. Unfortunately, due to the unavailability of certain data, the first report was not as thorough as it should have been. Recently, I obtained funding to continue the analysis. This time, the analysis will focus on the cost of food and construction materials and explore costs of other basic goods and services that affect the cost of living, such as labor and energy costs. Vendor Plaza Revitalization. DLCA opened the new Vendors Plaza on April 17, 2023. Highlights of the new plaza include a section reserved for crafts made in the VI and an entire kiosk anchored by the Economic Development Authority, selling various crafts from local artisans. Although management was transferred to the Department of Property and Procurement, DLCA shall continue to enforce the rules and regulations. I cannot express enough the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs team is comprised of an excellent cadre of individuals who work diligently and are dedicated to doing their best to improve the department's responsibility to serve the business and consumer public. Prior to concluding today's testimony, I wish to publicly acknowledge and express how grateful and thankful I am to work with Team DLCA. They fill in for each other to assist our clients and do so professionally and competently. I take this opportunity to thank each member for all they do to serve the public efficiently and effectively, especially during the coronavirus pandemic, and now perhaps, God spare us, hopefully not through an active hurricane season. They are hardworking and dedicated public servants. Each member of Team DLCA brings their own personality and qualities to work. Together, everyone achieves more. This concludes the fiscal year 2024 budget testimony for the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Thank you for your time. Members of Team DLCA and I are available to answer your questions. Good morning, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Evangelista. Let me also take this opportunity to wish our Mr. President Novelli Francis Jr. a very, very happy birthday. And my wish for him is that he will continue to see many, many blessings and many more birthdays to come. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Let me take this opportunity to recognize non-committee member Senator Angel Bulkes Jr. Senator Bulkes, thank you for being here. And Madam Clerk, please mark Senator Ray Fonseca as present. And we also received correspondence from Senator Marvin Blyden's office. So I'm going to ask the clerk to please read that into the record.
June 20th, 2023. The Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Chairwoman, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte, Mali. Dear Madam Chair, I regret to inform you that due to illness, I will be unable to attend today's budget hearing. Please mark my absence as excused, and please accept my apologies for any inconvenience caused, as well as my best wishes for a productive hearing. Sincerely, Marvin A. Blyden, Vice President, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading.
Thank you. Please mark Senator Blyden as excused, and let's continue to keep our colleague in prayer as he's recovering. So, colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round. And as usual, I will start and ask a very quick question of our commissioner. Commissioner, on page 21, you made reference to the fact that you have a few boards and commission appointment vacancies, but I see there's one board here in particular that appears to not have a quorum due to the lack of active members. That's the Board of Contractors, Trades, and Crafts. Is there any light at the end of the tunnel with the Chief Executive's office, the Office of the Governor, sending someone or someone's down to fill this very, very important role? We know that we are rebuilding from the storms of 2017, so it's important that we have a critical board like this staffed up. Tell us.
Yes, Senator. Thank you for the question. We are working collaboratively with them to not only wait for the governor's office to send names down, but also we are assisting in the procurement of individuals. Currently, we're in need of one general contractor, one plumbing contractor, 2 electrical contractors, and 1 mechanical contractor. Pursuant to the code, in light of an absence of a quorum, I am the construction board. Currently, we have 2 general contractors and 1 plumber, as well as the assistance of the electrical inspector from DPNR, who assist us with our deliberations. But if I'm calling on you and the rest of your body and anyone in the listening audience, if anyone is licensed in the Virgin Islands for a minimum of 3 years and is a general contractor, a plumbing contractor, an electrical contractor, or a mechanical contractor, please submit your resumes to DLCA or directly to the Office of the Governor so we can fill this very important and vital board.
Okay, thank you. And then on page 17, just for the sake of the audience, you talked about the rum export, and you have numbers, but you didn't say whether it was barrels, what type of units in particular that's being exported. So just for clarification purposes, could you please share with us exactly what that means?
Sure. Thank you for the question. That is actually the number of gallons.
Just gallons.
Proof gallons.
Proof gallons.
Yes.
So based on your report, as of for fiscal year 2022, as of April of 23, Cruise and Rum has exported 6.6 million proof gallons out of the territory, and Diageo has exported 4.3 million gallons out of the territory, proof gallons out of the territory, correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right. Okay, and under the cannabis regulations, you made a statement, and I need for us to get clarification on it. One, when do we, I know that you kind of listed what needs to happen with the proposed rules and regulations, and I guess this is for Ms. Carty. You spoke about the Department of Justice reviewing the rules and regs for the Office of Cannabis Regulations for legal sufficiency, and then you talk about the other steps. So what is the anticipated timeline? And then you talked about the rollout. You said immediate changes that was discussed in the March 8 hearing must be accomplished before the rollout of the cannabis program. So what is your anticipated timeline to get these cannabis rules and regs completed in earnest?
Good morning.
Put your name on the record and title.
Sorry, my name is Hannah Carty, Executive Director for the Office of Cannabis Regulations. I do want to also extend my condolences to you and your family.
Thank you.
As far as the timeline for rules and regulations, it depends on how fast we can work with the Department of Justice to get through it. It is quite a substantive document of over 100 pages, I believe. So we need to make sure that we understand everything and that it applies directly to us here in the Virgin Islands and that it matches the laws that we have on the record. I anticipate probably a process of about 2 months to get through the rules and regulations, working with them. And then once that's completed, then we will move forward with the remainder of the program.
So is there conversation around, like, what are the timelines? Is there some collaborative that's saying, this is what we anticipate, this is what we expect DOJ to do within a specific window? Having anticipations coming from your end, is there that communication?
We have expressed that we are on a tight timeline, and they are trying to work with us to do it as expeditiously as possible.
Okay, so sometimes when I hear the responses, it just seems like we're talking about several different governments. I just have to say that, something like this, there should be some collaboration coming from the Office of the Governor saying, look, once this hits DOJ, the expectation is that you're going to review it for 2.5 months, 2 months, and then this is the next step. What is that timeline that clearly states that we anticipate this being done by this time? And then, you may have challenges, so then you do some backwards planning. But at minimum, we should have a better idea as to what we expect to see or when we expect to see the rules and regs rolled out. But I guess there's not that collaborative that's in place, correct?
We have been working with the Office of the Governor. He has hired Positive Nelson as a special policy advisor.
So what's that collaboration though? So are you following what I'm asking?
Yes.
What's the collaboration? We're not, who's hired isn't the issue that's on the table. The issue is, when do we anticipate? Do we have an action plan document that says this window is justice, that window is the next step, and this is the anticipated closeout period? That's basically it. I mean, hiring people don't make things happen. Planning makes things happen. So
I have not seen an action
So you all
plan.
don't have that. And that is a continued issue that we have. And that's why I made the comment about the fact that it just appears as if we just have all these different governments. In order for us to get things done, there must be a collaborative. All right, colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round. We agree on that? All right, so we're going to start with Senator Angel Bulcas. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, please accept my sincere condolences on behalf of my family and my office tonight. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. And good morning to the testifiers of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. I'd like to start off with enforcement, which is the third leading highest percentage in your budget. behind the licensing at 17%, enforcement is at 14%. When it comes to enforcement, what is the plan to increase the number of officers? And can you briefly elaborate and let us know specifically what are they enforcing?
Sure. Thank you, Senator Bokus, for the question. If I may, I'll give that to Director Francis, who is the Director of Enforcement.
Good morning, Senator. Currently, the enforcement officers.
Take it.
How many officers?
I'm sorry, the question is how many officers currently, or how many officers are we asking for?
How many, and what is the plan to increase the amount of officers in enforcement?
Well, we're currently asking for 7 enforcement officers, and the plan to increase enforcement, is that the second part of the question?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I had it right.
And please be brief because my time is running, please.
Yes, sir. The plan to increase enforcement throughout the territory is to continue to press to address the businesses who are operating unlicensed and or out of their scope. We do random compliance checks regularly, an average about 300 on a monthly basis.
Okay.
Those are the great results.
So we're getting a lot, at least my office, we get concerns from individuals about the prices that they're experiencing, and I understand that inflation has its part in the whole equation. However, you know, there are laws like 12 AVIC section 155 that specifically speak to the power of the commissioner in DLCA to help assist with the authority in addressing the prices and the margins of those prices for our consumers here in the Virgin Islands. So it's very important that our enforcement officers are able to apply enforcement to assure that these prices are within the parameters set by the commissioner. So I'd like to make sure that we focus on getting our officers to be in tune with that and, you know, making the lifestyle or the livelihoods of our people a bit easier because it's rough out here. I want to start off also and ask, for much of the budget specifically, going back to the commissioner for e-services, applications, and hosting and online services, how much of the budget proposed is that? A dollar figure. How much goes to e-services?
Sure. That's actually in our breakdown. The cost for the online services is $164,000.
Okay, and that serves for all of the applications that individuals would go online to apply for a business, correct?
Correct. We get our services.
Matter of fact, I see it here now. I see it now. So it expires in September 2023. Will you be looking for a multi-year contract?
That's something that we can try to do, but it's been traditionally since I got here, it's actually been an annual contract, and it's been a rather low fee contract. So it's another government. We're actually leasing the services of the Palm Beach government, city of Palm Beach, Florida.
Okay, okay. And what do you believe is the main factor in the 21% decrease of the approved businesses?
1 minute.
Sure. Director Graham of the Division of Licensing can answer that question for us.
All right. Yes. Good morning. Horace Graham, Director, Division of Licensing. We've been looking at this very carefully, and we have identified the fact that in 2022, fiscal year 2022, significant effort was made to recapture the individuals' businesses that were delinquent. We've offered amnesties and a number of other things that sort of
30 seconds.
That number aggressively in 2022. In 2023, we see this more like a normalization. These businesses, and also we recognize that the time frame that we did it during the summer of 2022. So we anticipate that these businesses would be renewing coming towards the end of the fiscal year. Remember that our reporting thus far for fiscal year 2023 is ending in May.
Madam Chairman, thank you so much. Concerning these businesses, what is the average retention of these businesses? Are we seeing people apply to get a business, but then a year later, a year and a half later, the business is dissolved, or are we getting good retention numbers?
Senator, I don't have the actual number, but generally speaking, our businesses tend to, entrepreneurs tend to stay in business for multiple years. We don't see rapid turnovers in the main industries.
Okay, very well. Madam Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bulkus. Quickly, did you say that under the Licensing and Consumer Affairs Enforcement Division that you're asking for 7 new positions?
Good day, Senator. Thank you for the question. Within our supplemental, we requested that many. We got 1 new position, understanding that we have to share the pie. But what we did is we put forth ideally what we're requiring to maximize our workload.
So, the budget that was submitted only has 1 new enforcement officer, correct?
That's correct. We're thankful for the one that OMB provided to us, but we're just
I get that, Commissioner. Let's stay focused on what we're trying to accomplish here. So, the office of the OMB gave you 1 new position, and you are asking for 7. So you are based on your testimony, it sounds to me like you're having an ask for an additional 6.
Correct.
So tell us, in your own words, if we were to figure this out, what does this mean for the coffers of the territory if you were to receive additional enforcement officers?
Sure. Salary plus fringe is probably equal to about 105 to 110,000. So multiply that by 7, we're talking about $750,000.
Mm-hmm. That's what I mean, I could do that. I'm talking about what is it? So what does it do? What your enforcement division, us giving consideration to this, does what for the overall territory?
My apologies.
Yes.
So what it does, it enhances our ability on the ground to constructively enforce and observe what's happening in the day, but then we can also create a night shift. Many businesses operate way past 5 p.m. when is the cutoff time currently with the force that we have, because even if we introduce overtime, which we have started to do, there's a limited number of persons to do so. Additionally, with the Office of Cannabis Regulation coming under the jurisdiction of DLCA, some of those officers would be tasked to assist with the enforcement for the non-illicit enforcement of the cannabis regulation duties.
Okay, so let me go back.
So anticipating OCR.
We're dealing with key performance indicators. We want to know, because you haven't sold your argument yet. We want to know, does this generate additional revenues for the Virgin Islands? What does filling these positions do for the territory? That's the question.
Sure. What it does, my apologies. What it does, it allows the officers to go out and enforce, and those persons who are not operating within the confines of the law will be issued citations, and that's where the revenue generating comes in.
So, do you believe that we have? So right now, your officers work on shift. They work 8 to 5. What is their what are their hours?
They work 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. unless there's a special assignment in which we can provide the pay for the overtime.
7, and these are unionized employees?
Yes, Senator.
And you have not, and how many are in each district, respectively?
Sure, there's 3 in St. Croix and 2 in St. Thomas.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And what is your chief?
There's 3 in St. Croix and 3 in St. Thomas. I'm sorry. 3 in each district. My apologies.
Okay, 3 in each district.
Plus the director.
So they don't have, there's no flex time, no opportunities for them to work in the night. So what are you doing as far as enforcement currently with the businesses that operate at night?
So we've recently introduced that concept wherein we do random inspections, but there is no scheduled inspection because of the fact of we have lack of personnel. So we rely on consumer complaints and business complaints, and we follow up the following day.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Commissioner, we're going backwards. I told you years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, change your shift. They could work the night shift. They unionize, put them to work the night. If you have to pay the night differential, just pay the difference of the night differential rather than overtime. It's a cheaper venture. Let's make it happen. But you know, Commissioner, I'm reading your budget, your testimony that you provided for us. Your revised testimony contradicts your previous testimony you gave us. And you know, I heard it from reading one and listening to the next. Basically, your 2022 ask is was 5,000,003. Your 2024 ask is 5,000,006. A difference of what, $918,000 or no, $240,000.14. You can't run the department where you're keeping the same money from 22. Now make it seem like because we bump up from 23 to 24, we're doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. It cannot work. Commissioner, either you're going to hire the people them to work, and you know where you're going. First thing I'm going for is how you're taking care of your employees. If I ain't see a difference from 22 to now we asking in 24, wage increases. When last have your employees received wage increases? What unions are they in? Have they negotiated? Have they been paid? You don't fix in-house, you can't fix what's going on out there. And you know, it's frustrating for me because I am not a senator who just came in and just seeing your numbers now. I've been here for years. This shift problem, change the shift. The night is where everything happening. Period.
Thank you.
And again, Commissioner, wait, no, excuse me. Like I said, I got 4 minutes. I ain't trying to embarrass you in any way. You come here to the budget, anything you ask for, I'm a supporter to give it to you because it benefits the people. But I hate seeing these kind of things where I'm seeing in your one testimony mention about, I think it's 42% for 10-day licensing, and the other testimony mentioned 60%. You're covered based on the law. You don't shoot yourself in the foot. Don't set yourself up, you know, and think what I'm saying. You know, Commissioner, you're coming here for an ask where I support you as one, then you got convinced 14 others. So I'm just saying now, for your budget, let's go back to your employees, wage increases. And like I said, your ask for 2022 was 5,000,003. Your ask for 2024 is 5,000,006. It cannot work so. So tell me, when last did your employees receive wage increases? Everybody, exempt, unionized, everyone.
Sure. As of today's date, every unionized employee within DLCA has received their salary increase as a result of the negotiations that were completed by the end of last fiscal year. The only employees who have not received increases within DLCA is my executive team that you see seated around me, as well as the 1 or 2 other exempt employees within the department. All unionized employees have received an increase. You're looking at the team that has not received an increase.
Okay, and is there any way forward for them to receive an increase? Your team?
My team is currently in my hands before the Office of the Governor requesting an increase.
Yeah, because when I hear you say I have 3 law enforcement officers in St. Croix and 3 in St. Thomas, 26 years I spent as a police, you cannot operate the way you're doing. You either get somebody killed or they just ain't gonna work. It has too much. How much businesses do we have? How many businesses do we have in the territory?
Director Graham?
Yeah, fiscal year 2022, Director Graham, Division of Licensing, 13,251 businesses registered.
And do the math. 6 people, put 6 into 13,251 and tell me how they going to manage doing what they're doing. Commissioner, please help me out. Like I say, I support you and convince me, but you know, bringing a budget, asking for we asking, not
1 minute
positions, And then we're going to add the Office of Cannabis, and we're talking about putting out commercials. We're going to give out fines. Have you received books for fines yet, Director? Have you received the books to give out the fines for individuals smoking weed now and things on the side of the road?
So we would not be handling any of that type of regulation.
Okay.
That would be the VIPD. So, and additionally, no, we have not received citation books yet. I also have not been given a budget for law enforcement personnel for my office.
So, Commissioner, like I said, we have an uphill battle, man, and it just frustrates me because I was reading along your previous budget. Just to wrap up, Madam Chair, I was reading your previous budget testimony that you started reading today. And when I saw you started going off the side track, and then in comparison to finding where you were, your numbers off, your acts is off, in your own testimony. You know, so maybe your team overworked or you're just overworked and underpaid, but let's work on this. Like I said, I'm ready to support you 100%, but I see too many issues that you presented to us. I didn't even have to go look for it, just in your initial review of fiscal year budget 2024. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, with your decision, may I respond to Senator Graff? Sure. Thank you, Senator Graff, for your concerns and your questions. We at DLCA share the same concerns that you have. I do know from my inception coming into this office that we need to grow the enforcement team. Unfortunately, we at DLCA are one of 26 and we have to share the coffers. So we do the best that we can with what we have. With your support, perhaps this body can actually grow the budget of the enforcement side so we can generate more officers. But I do share your concerns and I thank you for sharing them with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Evangelista. I have to agree with my colleague that when you have lemons, you make lemonade. So if you have, 6 positions, then you gotta figure out what the flex time is, what the scheduling is. We can't just have a licensing and consumer affairs division that works evenings sometimes. I mean, I don't know how you presented your case to the OMB director, but you are a revenue generating agency. And in your testimony, you made on page 6, you spoke about the Division of Business License Revenues, and you said that you collected $2.9 million, reflecting a decrease of 19% compared to the previous fiscal year value of 3.6. Those funds from the business license revenues, how are they disbursed?
Those licensing fees go directly to the general fund.
Right. So it says here that we have almost $1 million reduction in our general fund as a result of this. Your argument, though, is that you believe that this is basically the economy or the balancing of where businesses are in the Virgin Islands, and you are making that statement based on previous historical information. What's the impetus for you to make that analysis or analogy that this is a leveling out of things?
Sure. If you allow me to explain, thank you for the question. So in fiscal year 2022, we made a push between amnesty and encouraging businesses who have been out of sync to come into compliance. And that amnesty push was between May and August of 2022, the summer. So the months of May through September. Those businesses will come back to renew after we leave this body today, within the next 4 months. So when I come back with the entire fiscal year 2023 report of revenues that ends on September 30th, I will be well beyond what we collected last year because all those new businesses that came back online are now going to be in sync. Right now, those businesses have not renewed, but I was giving you the real-time data as of May 31st, 2023.
Agreed, but you also went further. I think when Mr. Graham responded, he too went further that, I don't have the page in front of me, but you went further to speak to what you believe is happening. What was it? This, I think, is on page 9 or 8 of your testimony.
If you allow
you
me,
were
I
very
can
clear
continue.
about what you thought was occurring. Is it page 5?
Correct. So
Yeah.
let me know if I can respond.
Go ahead.
So what is occurring right now through fiscal year 2023 to May 31st, 2023 is that the numerous number of businesses that came back online in the summer have not yet renewed their business license. So for example, if last summer we had 10 new businesses that came on, as of May 31st, they would not have renewed. So our revenue is going to be shorter reporting out as of May 31st. If I come back at the end of this fiscal year, all those new businesses are not going to come back online. And now they're not new, they're renewals, plus the new businesses that came online for this year. We're actually going to surpass for the 5th year in a row the number of licenses we've issued, both new and renewal, as well as the revenues collected. It's just a matter of time of the year that I'm coming before you for my budget testimony.
No disagreement there, but I believe that you said in your testimony,
I had mentioned the leveling, but the leveling is for right now.
So tell me about the leveling, because you are aligning both. So leveling sounds to me like that this is what we're going to see for the future when you speak to leveling.
No, I'm speaking to right now, current day. The leveling we're seeing is because those new businesses that came on board last year, as well as the ones that we urged to come back and renew, have not yet come before us. So maybe I've misstated, or the intention was not for you to receive it in that manner. In fact, for a 5th year in a row, DLCA will not only issue more licenses, both new and renewal will actually collect more revenue when it's tallied at the end.
Okay, and that's what you should have said. So that's what you should have said in that particular paragraph, and then we would have been a little more clearer, because when you said a decrease, all of us started to raise our eyebrows, but you're basically saying for this particular time period, this is what you're seeing. But what is your impetus for your anticipation that you will see an increase based on this almost $1 million decrease?
Because we're already trending on the number of new licenses that came in. So once we have the existing businesses, the new businesses actually increases the amount of revenue it's generated. Plus, we're still getting many businesses coming forward requesting to come back into compliance by seeking a waiver of penalties and interest, which is permitted within our rules and regs. Not 100%, but we are working with business actively in terms of a payment plan or a reduction in the amount of fines and penalties that they have incurred as a result of being out of compliance.
Okay, so this is a lot clearer, because when we looked at the numbers for the revenues, when we had the government financial team, when they were here, they also showed, I think, under the gross receipt and corporate taxes, and those two in particular, those were showing a decrease. So now we're understanding, because there's a direct correlation between this, and if they're not filing their taxes, that's probably one of the reasons why they have not renewed. So they're in fact working on that. So during the summertime, we should see an increase. By the end of the summer, which is early September, heading down to the end of the fiscal year, we should see that increase. That's what you're basically saying, correct?
Yes, and additionally, if I may do an extra plug, to all businesses who are currently operating outside the scope of a valid business license, you no longer need a tax clearance letter. So please do not hesitate. Come on in so that we can demonstrate that DLCA for a 5th year in a row will issue more licenses and collect more revenue towards the general fund.
All right. I know that did we pass that legislation?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. We have to really look at that. How long ago that was passed? This is our second year?
The 33rd.
Yeah,
the 33rd legislature.
Yeah, we have to look at that because if we are seeing a reduction because there's no requirement to get a tax clearance. I mean, I understand the red tape, but you shouldn't be getting a doing business license if you have not been making sure that our taxes are paid here in the territory. Let me take this opportunity to recognize the presence of committee member, Senator Samuel Carrion. Good morning, Senator Carrion. I'm going to go to the next senator, Senator Javon E. James Sr. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers.
Good morning.
And I, too, want to say happy birthday to Senate President Novelli Francis Jr., and I wish you many more. As far as COVID-19, I must admit the task force was really kicking. My phone was always blowing up. You know, I had a couple of times I had to call you all and have you all intervene, but now COVID is over. My phone is dry. So sometimes when my phone is ringing, it's not a bad thing, it's a good thing. It means you're doing your job. So to my colleague point about the enforcement officers, when he mentioned or asked a question about how many businesses we have, it's over 13,000 compared to the 6. The Martin, like they say, Martin. So my question to you, as far as revenues and citations, do you have the breakdown of the citations and the various categories available with you today?
Senator Director Francis.
Good morning, Director Francis. Senator, yes, I do. I would have to go through the list a little bit more, but that's an active list that keeps running.
Well, if you can, through the chair, I would like to request that information as far as the citations from the various areas in which you do collect, because we want to make sure that we watch the numbers as far as what we're getting between the hours of 8 to 5, and then we can do an analysis as far as some level of projections if we were to have night shift. Because I always remember, when the cats are away, the mice will play. And as much as we love the people of the Virgin Islands, there are some individuals, if they can get away with murder, they will. So it's not to say that we want to make it hard for individuals and to be a dictatorship government, but we want to make sure that individuals are complying because they can't do those things in the United States of America. I think that's why people love to do business in the Virgin Islands, besides the WAPA issue. But chief weights and measures, I see where you have 2 positions, if I'm not mistaken. One is vacant. I'm assuming that you have one for each district when it comes to chief weights and measures.
Director Paget.
Yeah, Matthew Paget, Director, Consumer Affairs. We currently have one filled, and the vacant position will be for the 2024 fiscal year budget.
Not answering the question. I asked, if you have 2 positions, out of the 2 positions, is one for St. Croix and one for the St. Thomas, St. John district? How does that go?
Yes, currently we have one filled in St. Croix and no vacant position in St. Thomas. That's going to be in next year's budget. But that will be a St. Thomas chief position.
So the one that is vacant is for St. Thomas? Because it's showing in the post-audit analysis that there is a vacancy for chief weights and measures, unless it's incorrect.
That's incorrect on the post-audit. There's no vacancy currently for that position. It would be a new position for FY24.
Okay, understood. And I want to have a better understanding of what those individuals do. I know the Virgin Islands Code is clear, and I see you have some weights and measures inspector. But as far as the daily functions of that unit or division, can you explain to me? Because, we always have individuals saying, hey, what are they doing about the gas prices? What they're doing about the food prices, and the list goes on. We do see the index something. You put out some...
Market basket survey.
Yeah, market basket survey. if it looks good, feels good, but as far as the daily function, what happens within that unit? Somebody explain to me.
Sure, Director Paget.
Yeah. So for the consumer protection side of things, that's where the market basket survey comes from, and the price verification, the scanner surveys that are conducted. For the weights and measures, we simply collect the information for the price of retail fuel. We don't set the price of retail fuel.
I understand, but about as far as food, because the Virgin Islands Code is very clear.
1 minute.
They have sections in there where you're allowed to provide issue citations based on the findings. So I'm trying to get an understanding of the daily functions of the weights and measures unit. So forget about gasoline. We know about gasoline is based on the market. But as far as controlling, like, okay, the other day I saw where somebody posted on Facebook there was a car on Flix for like $20. Let's say, for instance, it was a mistake. But as far as the weights and measures inspector, what
30 seconds.
So the food prices that you're referring to wouldn't be the weights and measures inspector. That's the consumer protection officer.
Okay.
So for the weights and measures inspector, they monitor the pull date used by that information, not the price or the displayed price by the retailer.
So answer the question. So on the consumer inspector, what they do?
They handle all the consumer complaints. They conduct the price verification surveys and the market basket surveys.
Time.
The reason I'm asking this question in a budget hearing is that I'm trying to make sure that with the positions that we have that are being funded, how we're getting the bang for our buck, making sure that we're holding these companies accountable, making sure that we have the citations. That is why I wanted the list of the various citations, and I hope I get that soon, to make sure that we're strategically putting our men and women in key places to bring in revenues.
Sure, if I may follow up on the chair's time for Senator James. So essentially, what is currently occurring in the consumer affairs side is those people are busy taking complaints on a daily basis with barely enough time to actually enforce the current rules and regs in the statute. And that's the bottom line. So the return on investment would be if we can up the personnel, we can have people who accepts the complaints, processes them, but we also have enforcement people on the field monitoring exactly what you're requesting.
I don't want to abuse my time because my time was called. I just hope and pray that with the St. John coordinator position, I know we have more than enough people living there in St. John to fill that, so hopefully you can get that filled. And as far as the enforcement aid, I'm not sure what that position is about, but I will ask you offline because I really don't want to abuse my time. But I really want to see the citations to make sure that we're collecting revenues and holding these businesses accountable. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Francis Jr., recognized for your 7 minutes. 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to Team DLCA, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I want to, first of all, thank you for your testimony this morning, Commissioner Evangelista, and to say in regards to this cannabis regulations and cannabis board is that we're wasting time. This was frankly the governor's initiative, and we got to take day and make night with this rules and regulations. You know, from what I'm hearing from Director Carty, is that a lot of this is unfunded. This was his initiative. Where there is no structure, there'll be anarchy. And that's my greatest fear in supporting this piece of legislation. My fear is coming to reality. We'll just got everybody out there in the street doing what the hell they want because there's no structure. A lot of work went into this to make sure that we allow for structure and to empower this board to be able to move the rules and regulations. So I don't want to spend a whole lot of time about that, but every single day I'm out there in the street and somebody's approaching me and asking me what's going on. What's happening with this? So much so that I had to put up, at one point, just put up 10 things to know about the cannabis law, just because there was an absence or silence from the cannabis board. We need to make something happen in regards to this. Otherwise, we're going to go too far south, and it's going to be hard to reel it back in. As the law enforcement officer, I know how that could be. Please, Again, I'm equally concerned about your comments in regards to a 19% reduction. Obviously, you're giving an explanation of what happened there, and as a revenue generator, I could appreciate what you have said there. I want to implore the continued creativity and innovation and being able to make sure that we're collecting revenues to run this government. Last Sunday was Father's Day. Me see nobody in the street selling nothing for the fathers. I hit them so hard during Mother's Day, these $500 fines and all kind of thing, that now everybody's fearful about selling something on the street. We gotta be careful. I mean, we have to be understandable about what's going on there. The fathers, they may get nothing as a result of that. Right. Anyway, in regards to the revenues that's being collected, do you have them in categories? I know that you mentioned several categories that you have within DLCA. Are you able to identify each of the categories, what type of revenue come into the coffers?
We have the general fund, which is just through the licensing, and then we have the citations and fines that goes to the Consumer Protection Fund.
Okay, so you have them identified that way?
Director Fredericks?
I mean, you don't have to give it now. I mean,
Yes.
you could submit it, but I just want to make sure that you're actually capturing it that way so that we could take a look at it to make some determinations. All right? I am also equally concerned about enforcement and the fact about the night shift, because we've been saying this for quite some time. Give the guys them off during the week, in the day, and let them have them come in the night. But we know that most of the bars and taverns and there's quite a number of our businesses that close in the day and open in the night, and they need some love. They need some, they need to be investigated as well. So let's do that. In regards to your budget, I didn't see anything for your KPIs. I saw at the end of the way you talk about your goals and accomplishments, but do you have a listing of your KPIs and working towards making sure that you're checking off the box in that space?
Yes, Senator. The KPIs are actually in the budget book that was sent to you. We did not include it, but what I want to share with you is where we are short on personnel. Those KPIs obviously are, impossible to attain, but we're working towards it. The highs of our department is literally the division of licensing side and the boards and commissions, the one where we have growing pains and we're stretching, but we're slowly getting the personnel we need is the consumer protection side with weights and measures and consumer affairs. But we are keenly aware and we're doing everything within our power to do the best that we have with what's available to us.
Okay, real quickly, and I ask you to be as succinct as possible.
Yes, sir.
Also, before I go there, the rum export, I think it'll be good if you could give us a table that will show the prior year comparison.
Sure, I can do that.
That will help us to be able to look at the numbers and determine and decipher where we at with the numbers in the future.
30 seconds.
Vendors payment. Are you up to date with your vendors payment?
Senator, you want to ask? Go ahead, Director Fredericks.
Lorraine Fredericks. Currently, we are not up to date on the vendors' payment. Some of them are being processed right now. Others we have not received. Other persons we have reached out to because they have not supplied their vendor number, and without their vendor number, we cannot process the payment.
Very well. So you're working on that?
Yes, Senator.
On that.
Time.
What about bounce checks or anything that comes in as a result of revenue collection? Do you have a problem with that? Do you have the, what do you call that stuff?
Telecheck.
Telecheck. Do you have a telecheck service?
Senator, I'll give you to the person who handles the cashiers. Director Graham?
All right. Yes. Good morning, Senator Horace Graham, Director, Division of Licensing. We had telecheck, and we are actually reestablishing it. Right now, we're working together with the Department of Finance to ensure that all three of our offices are up to speed. That's a process that we've been engaged with them. We did receive one set of units, and it just wasn't sufficient because we have to do for the both banks. So we are working on that right now. We do receive some bounce checks, but I don't have the statistics with me, but I can provide that at a later date.
Very well. Madam Chair, I have just one more question on this round. It's my birthday, if you'll allow it.
Of course.
In respect to noise pollution, I know that jointly with the Virgin Islands Police Department, you have the responsibility of doing the noise pollution enforcement. Where are we with that? Have you purchased the noise meters? Where are we with the enforcement of that area?
Sure. Thank you very much for the question. In collaboration with the Virgin Islands Police Department, they are currently putting together the sole source justification to purchase equipment. I won't say how much for public disclosure, but also we're training personnel by actually paying for train the trainer so that we will have persons on the ground in the VI within our own personnel who can train the persons. In the interim, I'm working with the VIPD to utilize what you put within the new statute, to utilize simply what we have, which are the apparatuses on 2 phones to try to measure it. That's a challenge because, everybody's saying that's not official, but the equipment and the training for the personnel is on PMP's desk as we speak, fully funded.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you for
welcome.
your responses. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. So let's go back to the page 4 of the post-audit report, Commissioner. So you're increasing your ask is to increase the personnel services by 4%, which equates to $122,462. What's in that number? And I ask that question because I want to verify that the new positions that you're asking for comes back to this variance number.
Sure, Senator. You said you're on page 4 of the post-audit?
Correct. Found it? Personnel services.
Yes. Director Fredericks.
Good morning, Senator Fred Gregory. Lorraine Fredericks. Yes, the vacant positions are funded at 100%. The new positions are funded at 50%.
Okay, so the new positions, I'm trying to verify what makes up this 122,462. How many? Just call out the positions for us and the amounts so we could be clear. Because you have.
Okay.
Go ahead.
For the vacant positions, we have 1 cashier in St. Thomas, a licensing officer, 2 consumer compliance protection officers.
Hold up. No. Just 1 second. We're looking for the number. So let's start on page 15 of the post-audit report, and if there's something that fell out or we missed, then we go add it back. So under the licensing and consumer affairs, is this general fund where you have an administrative assistant supervisor? That's a new position. And then you have two administrative assistant supervisors. There's 2. Is that accurate? And is that general fund?
Yes, Senator, that is correct, and that is accurate.
So that's 42,400. And then you have enforcement officer at 20. Let's say 21. That's 3, that's 63. That's also general fund, correct?
Yes, Senator.
And then you have the Office of Cannabis Regulations, Special Assistant at 23. So now 6, 7, 8. So now it's at 86. That's also general fund?
Yes, Senator, that's correct.
And then you have a court clerk new at 27. That's 112. And a PIO at 32. That's 144. So that's why I asked the question, because your variance is 122. So you're 20,000 off. You got more actually. You have under, you actually have more. So you have under admin and business 32. That's also a new position. So that's 176. And then you have another chief compliant officer, which is 27. 12. That's 192. You have over $200,000 worth of new positions. You have another one here, chief weight and measures, 30. That's 222. And you have, yeah. So you have all of these positions are general fund? I need to be clear. Because your number is showing
Yes, they're all
222.
general fund. There's a difference of $112,956.
What do you mean? Yeah. So how are we going to fund these based on this variance? So this number, what we need to get back from you is clear clarification on your personnel services numbers as far as your vacant, not your vacant, as far as your new positions. All of your new positions are funded at 50%?
Yes, Senator, that's correct.
Okay, so I think your new positions does not align with, okay, so let me ask you another question then. So this 2.9 million was before the salary increases for the office or after? It looked like it's, so because in 2022, the budget was 2.3, the expenditures actually, so that's a little different, but the revised budget for 23 is stating 2.9, and your ask is 3 million, which is just 122,000. So how does this 2.9, all your salary increases for FY 2023, do all of them fall in this $2.9 million, or is it more? We need to get that breakdown from y'all so we could be clear, because I think there's something that is not clear within your personnel services. If I'm analyzing it wrong, let me know and just explain it to me.
Okay, Senator, I will do some research and get back to you with that information.
Yeah, because what we have here doesn't seem correct. So then you're going to have to look at this associated fringe benefits the same way. And then let's go down a little further. Under personnel services for your consumer protection, I see that this year you have $30,000 in salaries. That's a new position? Or is that not correct?
Senator Evangelista, so this, under personnel services for the consumer protection, they intertwined, if I'm not mistaken, the consumer protection fund from the actual consumer protection office.
Be clearer.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Be a little clearer in your, say that again?
With This, Lorraine Fredericks, with this Consumer Protection Fund, we do not pay personnel out of this here. This personal service, it will probably, we believe it's the, but I'll do some more research, it's per diem for the board's members.
Okay, so if you look further down, you'll see that the other services and charges was reduced by that same 30. So that number probably should go back down, that's what you're saying? Down into...
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, down into the other services and charges. So this should, do you think this is the board member per diems? Okay.
Yes.
Is that the same thing with the real estate appraisers?
Yes, Senator.
So y'all pay them from professional services, other services? What
Yes,
okay. So y'all don't hit them, it don't hit as a, it hits as a vendor, or it hits as a, under your personnel services when you pay these board members?
Senator is paid as a per diem.
But it hits as a vendor. They recently had to get all vendor numbers so they could get paid.
So it hits as a, it's a per diem, but I was wondering what category it falls under. So it falls under other and not professional personnel. Okay, so that's some information for post-audit to know. And then the Vendors Plaza revolving fund, you have 10,000 here. What do you generate from the Vendors Plaza revolving fund? You have 106,000. But that dropped down to 10,000. Yeah. What do you generate annually from the Vendors Plaza revolving fund?
Sure, so that's the $200 per year that's collected from the vendors, approximately 45 of them. And that's been an accumulation of the fund for quite a number of years. And we've recently been utilizing that to pay the expenses to improve the new Vendors Plaza that you see.
Commissioner, why you don't do that?
Yes.
Why you don't do that?
What's that?
You have to answer the question that's asked, because then I'm trying to ask a question for a reason. The recommendation for, the ask was, what do you generate annually for the Vendors Plaza? That's one.
Good, Graham.
What's your
All right.
annual?
Annually,
Yes.
Annually for the Vendors Plaza Fund, this is Horace Graham, Director of the Division of Licensing. I can tell you that we were generating up to $17,000 annually up until 2019, and then subsequent to that, the years that the Vendors Plaza lay dormant during the pandemic, that dropped down at one point to zero, and then but annually 27. Okay, let me back up. 2019, 17,320. 2020, 1,190. 2022, 4,150, and 2023, 3,665. It's what we have tracked so far. We're just getting back on track with this.
So, how much money we just spent to build out the Vendors Plaza? I don't see nothing wrong with that. I mean, we come here to ask for money as if this Virgin Islands will just make money. We do not make money here. So, we just built out a Vendors Plaza for how much?
$3.2 million.
Okay, so as we do that, I would think in my mind that we need to be aligning the economies of scale, right? So we have to look at, so the government puts this out, how are we making back our money? So is there any discussion about increasing the annual ask of our Vendors Plaza vendors?
Sure. The Department of Property and Procurement is currently working on the new licenses as well as the new fees.
So where are the new fees? That should have been part of this budget.
What are the fees?
That should have been part of this budget.
That has not yet been finalized, with all due respect. That's why it's not in there.
When is it going to be finalized?
They're actively working on it. So hopefully they'll have it before they come for their budget. That is the property and procurement.
Who don't collect? Who benefits from these fees?
The plaza itself, and we're in the process of closing out the account at DLCA and transferring it to PNP.
You know, we gotta do better than
Valid
this.
concern?
Yeah, we have to do better. We can't spend general fund money and we don't see where we are making the necessary shifts to increase and improve. How long have the rates been at this number, Commissioner, as far as you could remember?
At least 20 years by legislation. And
That's okay.
This body.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do this body. So this is what happens. The folks that run these organizations on a daily basis, nothing prevents them from submitting to this body. This is what we need because we got to balance the budget. We got to balance our resources in this government. That's what got to happen. Legislators change. The people that run the organizations change, but they know what the needs of the organizations are. This got fixed. So I'm hoping that property and procurement is listening, but we can't build out these types of facilities that we build out and still charging $200 for them a month, a year?
Sure.
$200 a year, like a full year? And are we checking to see if these folks are paying their taxes? And how are we aligning that? Yes.
And thank you for your comments and your concerns. Hence, I humbly requested the legislation in the last legislature, and you and the rest of the body at that time approved it and removed the cap. So yes, I'm being progressive with your thinking, and the new license rates should be issued coming out shortly to the vendors.
That needs to be part of this budget. I mean, it may be negligible, but we have to show how the government, the resources that's being provided there or from there is actually being used to keep the place clean and to provide. I mean, we have a new bathroom at downtown. Somebody got to pay for this stuff. Anyway, Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your phone. Oh, sorry, Senator DeGraff, point of inquiry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. In the same vein of going through, the salaries and different things, Commissioner, on page 16 of the post-audit report, page 16 of 20, one of the situations I was alluding to, you have Chief Enforcement Officer making $60,433. And you have an enforcement officer making $69,141. Those are some of the issues where it is I'm saying you're facing by not looking at the overall piece that you need when you're bringing in people to hire on the unionized end and on the exempt end. You can't have an officer making 69, the chief, not even a sergeant, a lieutenant, a captain, the chief making less than the officer. So these are some of the things I needed to just look at so we could address his budget offices. This is why we need to address these kind of things for the flow to work good, for us to get maximum return on our investment, as Madam Chair is alluding to. So through the Chair, anything on that? Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Sure. May I respond, Madam Chair?
Of course.
Sure. Thank you, Senator DeGraff, for the question. So as you're aware, the unions negotiated their contracts collectively and successfully with the government of the Virgin Islands. So what you have is one of the portions of the VI code is career incentive pay. So you have an officer that, bettered themselves, educated themselves. So through the new contract and the career incentive pay, that's where they find themselves. The other person has a unionized contract, and that's the salary where they fall in the scale without career incentive pay. So you say one, you say two. Do you reward someone because someone else took advantage of taking the opportunity to greater their education? And now by default, you get a pay increase. I mean, that's another debate for another day, but that's what's happening.
All right, thank you for your response. So you basically, the salary is higher because of incentive pay, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, very well. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and pleasant good morning to the listening audience. I want to give special birthday greetings to our Honorable President Francis. Enjoy your day and blessings, and I wish you continued wisdom and good health as you guide the 35th legislature. I also want to give special birthday greetings to our Honorable Senator Carla Joseph, our legislative secretary. She had a birthday just recently as well. Thank you, Commissioner Evangelista, for your detailed summary, all 24 pages, I believe, and I thank you and your staff. Quickly, I wanted to follow up with what Madam Chair was discussing on page 310 of the budget, going back to the $10,000 for the vendors plaza. I noticed that in the previous budget was 106,000, so you're 96,300 less. So is it your testimony that you are receiving 96,000 annually less revenue from the vendors plaza?
No, Senator. In fact, currently that fund is receiving $200 per the number of vendors at Vendors Plaza.
Okay, so that 10,000, what does that 10,000 represent?
Amount.
One person talking at a time, please. What does the 10,000 represent? It says here, Vendors Plaza fund total 10,000. What does that 10,000 represent?
That is the remaining balance in the fund, according to this report.
Okay. Going up a little bit in utility services, in your fiscal 23 budget and this year's budget, it goes from 0 to 81,000. What's that 81,000 increase in utilities?
Good morning, Senator. Lorraine Fredericks. The fiscal year 23, it was 81,000. It's not here listed, but that's the amount that we receive for our utilities.
Okay, I don't know. On page 310 of my budget, it shows 0, and now it gone up to $81,000. So you're saying that your utilities costs have not increased? Okay, let's go from that. I'll ask you through the chair to submit that explanation. I want to go back quickly to page 17 of your testimony here today. The rum exported from both Diageo and Crucian rum facilities. You say that you're responsible for generating reporting the monthly of rum exported. So does that mean that based on your numbers here, we can use the multiplier, what is it, 7-point-something% to calculate the rum cover over monies? Yes,
we simply collect the proof gallons exported, and PFA does the calculation. I don't know the formula.
Okay. Can I ask through the chair, Commissioner, that you provide a detail on how this rum exported and the PFA calculations come back to the rum cover over? Because it's very important. That's a large revenue source for the government of the Virgin Islands, and I want to be able to understand how that is calculated. Okay, inflation. Let's discuss inflation a little bit, because the gas survey, the rack rates, you said Gulf oil pricing gives you that amount from at Lime Tree Bay, correct?
At Gulf Oil, Ocean Point's terminal for the island of St. Croix, The wholesale rack rate for St. Thomas is from the different wholesalers that are stationed in Puerto Rico.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, let's go to
30 seconds.
Inflation, right? Why was the price of eggs and all of those so high a few months ago, and now they're starting to come back down? Why was that?
Sure. Nationally, the hens were not busy. There was a pandemic.
Okay, thank you.
Issues.
That explains it. The hens were not
So
busy.
it's national issue.
Okay, hold on.
Came to us.
Hold on, Commissioner.
Yes.
Please respect my time. The hens were not busy, so I can understand the hens lay eggs. I want to go quickly back to an
30 seconds.
important point here. Because, you know, a lady came into my office just the other day. She told me she's been waiting for 5 months to get a license in that vendor plaza. Now, is your testimony today that your staff is working and there's processing, Madam Chair? They're working and they're processing these applications. The lady came into my office and she said it's 5 months. As a matter of fact, she's been working there for the last 5 years. And now she put in her paperwork for the application. She can't get it. So can you tell me the approximate amount of time it takes for a vendor to get an application processed so that they can operate in the vendor's plaza?
Sure. As I indicated earlier, the management of the plaza has been transferred to the Department of Property and Procurement in January of this year. And in light of the fact that we have new space, where the PMP and DLCA is working through the list to ensure that the parties who are there are those are the ones who should be there, because we had some persons who in instances were absent, quote unquote, owners who were leasing or subleasing for exorbitant amounts. So the Property and Procurement Office, and from my office, Ms. Deputy Commissioner Myrna George, they're actually going to meet as close as recent as within this week or next week to complete the process so that they can then rent, lease out, or give a license for the remaining vacant spaces. So
Okay.
that is what the holdup is. We're actually paring down the number of persons who were there. As you said, that person was there, but we're also trying to see who we can bring in new, who actually are going to be responsible and not sublease the space.
Okay. Through the chair, Madam Chair, can I request, I'm requesting that the Commissioner of Licensing and Consumer Affairs report on those rum gallons exported from Diageo and Crucian Rum to tie back to the calculation of the rum cover over funding. Through the chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I have that.
Commissioner, you need to
Senator
respond to that, because I don't believe that the export is the only, as a matter of fact, I know. So Commissioner, you need to respond. The export is not the only way we generate rum cover over dollars. Commissioner, please respond.
Sure. So Senator Fonseca, what I'm going to provide to you is the number of proof gallons that is exported, and the Public Finance Authority would be the entity who would share with you how that calculation is done.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So basically, there's export, and then there's other revenues from the rum cover over that's generated on the mainland proper.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so you're not going to get a one-for-one on this. All right. Senator Fonseca, you asked the question about the increase in the utility services, the utility costs. So there seems to be this continued confusion over the years, where 1 year the budget for because we place we've had issues over the years, particularly with paying the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority in a timely fashion. The legislature many years ago created what you call a single payer fund. And some years the Office of Management of Budget would budget the monies directly to the single payer fund. And I made an issue out of it because The only way that you're going to truly see the actual expenses of a department, they still have to track their utility costs. So now they put it back into the utility category. So what they do is once the money is budgeted in the utility category, then they would move it over to you. Once the budget is passed, then they'll put it in a single payer fund. Correct. Okay, so that's why you're seeing that increase, but it's not a true increase. This is the associated cost on an annual basis. I'm going to go to Senator Carrion, and then we need to have a quick discussion around the Cannabis Office of Cannabis Regulation. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Players and to the viewing and listening audience, I also want to join in offering my condolences to you, Madam Chair, and saying happy birthday to my two colleagues, President Francis and Carla Joseph, that are celebrating their birthday. Commissioner, how are you today?
Good morning, sir.
Good.
Not as well as you.
Well, that's an assumption, but all right, we'll take that. In your testimony, you mentioned that 42% of new licenses are within the 10-day period, so that's sounding good. What's the average time for the remaining 58%?
It's broken down there, but I'll have Director Graham give you the more specific information.
The average time ranges from the beyond that 10 days. We say that on average, it's taking about, I think it comes up to 40 days. But that has come down from a range of 61 at the beginning of the fiscal year to right now, about 17 days on average as of May for the issuance of new licenses. And the restriction there, or the caveat there, is there key information, bits of information that we must receive from an applicant. So when they submit that application to us, we must have, at a minimum, especially if it's a corporation, registration with the Lieutenant Governor's office. If they cannot provide that to us within 10 days, then we would have to invalidate that application.
Very well. Commissioner, so what's your goal for FY22 regards to that time frame?
Number of days?
Yes.
10.
10, yeah. What percentage are you, because now you have 42, so you want that to climb to what percentage?
At the end of this fiscal year, hopefully it's at around 80%, but the month of May has demonstrated that we are seriously pushing. We went from 40 to 45 to 17, so the staff is really diligently working to make it happen for the
Quickly,
community.
with regards to your boards and commission, apparently you all haven't posted any meetings to date since November. So the public hasn't been aware of any meetings the boards of commissions have been having. Is there a reason for not posting those meetings?
You
posted up to November, which was election time. After that, we haven't seen anything else.
We posted on our Facebook page, so we do post it publicly.
Well, that's not showing up on your webpage and where it was before. So please take a look at that.
Thank you.
The public want to be aware. Enforcement. So we know we have an enforcement issue. I think last year, some of my colleagues just spoke about it today, because last time around, we also spoke about having these night shifts. It's unfortunate that you're back here again, and that hasn't happened. So we have a sector in our community that nada de nada, nothing's been going on. So we're going to see any change to that pretty soon.
Sure, I'm going to ask Director Francis to report to you, but I pray that the enforcement team is listening. It takes two to dance. Director Francis?
Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. Yes, we do expect to see a number of night activities, a number of enforcement activities going on in the night. Now, we had an issue, an internal issue with regards to budget allocation, where the the overtime monies were placed, and that's what pretty much held up our after-hours enforcement activity.
I hear, but next year around, we don't want you to come here before us and hear the same excuse again. We want to see some results. This is second year now. And hopefully you're increasing enforcement units. So what's the budget for that additional enforcement officers needed that you're increasing your personnel budget by?
Well, the ask is for 8 total. Currently, we have 1. So the 1 is in for fiscal year 24, but it's running about 110,000 with fringe.
Any additional enforcement officers in FY23 that you were able to bring on board?
No, sir.
0. Okay. And that was because it wasn't budgeted or recruitment issues?
It was not budgeted.
Is budgeted now?
For 1.
Just uno?
Yes, sir.
And how many you need?
We need 7.
So why 1?
I don't sit at the table, sir. I just eat the food.
But you're the head there.
30
so,
seconds.
We'll address it, I guess, within the committee. Regards to enforcement, I know this is might not be again within the budgetary lines, but I'm not going to touch. I had some questions. Noise pollution. Thank you for Senator Francis that touch on that. But ID carding. It's unfortunate, the clubs here and the different locations you go to. I've never seen anyone being ID'd. Requested to show to go into any nightclub. At least my personal experience, I haven't seen it. Everywhere in the United States, usually, doesn't matter what you look like, you're requesting ID. What are you doing in regards to that? A number of our young people have been victim to violence at these clubs. And, so what's the process on that?
So I'll answer and ask Director Francis. Thank you for the question. First of all, thank you to Senator Javan James and the members of the 33rd legislature that passed that legislation. Unfortunately, COVID-19 came in, so we were unable to utilize that. But with the onboarding of this new work schedule for the enforcement officers, that is one of the things that I have on my list to share with Director Francis, because it's actually one of our mandates. Director Francis?
You need to go by, speak to all these owners, ensure that they are aware what the law states, and that they start, and then you start finding for violations.
Correct. Educate before we regulate.
If I may, that's part of the initial information that we share with the business owners, specifically those who are applying for any alcohol license. That information is always shared with them, and as well as a pamphlet of information as well. However, the issue, once again, is that we don't have the opportunity, or we haven't had the opportunity to go out in the night.
So let's get that going. In that same line, consumer complaints, you mentioned that as October, you've received 183 complaints, 38 have been closed, and 93,000 has been returned to the consumers based on those findings. Now, what about penalties when those findings have been in favor of the consumers? Are there any penalties to the business owners?
Director Paget?
And on top of that, I want to know about administrative
Okay,
costs.
Senator, carry on. Your time was called like 4 minutes ago. So we're going to let them answer this question, and then we have to move on, please.
No problem. Sorry, they didn't hear my time.
Yeah.
Please excuse me, Madam Chair.
No, but allow them to, they can answer the questions. Just want to let you know, because I know you can't hear from this end.
Yeah, Matthew Paget, Director of Consumer Affairs. So typically when we resolve complaints through the mediation process, it's a misunderstanding and it's not a deliberate act by the business. We don't generally enforce penalties for mistakes. So any enforcement actions would be sent to the legal division to handle the actual enforcement penalties for deceptive trade practice or a violation of the consumer protection codes. So in that $93,000, that's just monies that was recovered before having to get to the legal process. And what was the second part of that?
Administrative costs.
Not in the mediation process, no.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
There was a second part you asked, Senator. I think it was a question that really requires a response. Remember the second part?
Yeah, the second part was administrative costs associated to the business owners for the time. And I think his response was that no. Thank you for the leniency.
All right. You want to respond, Commissioner, or someone from your team?
Director Paget responded, Senator. He said that there is no administrative fine when it's found that the business just made a mistake. The consumers just recoups the money they expended. But if in fact it goes into a administrative process, then at that point, it's based on the decision of the hearing officer to issue an administrative fine.
Okay, that's clear. All right, thank you. So let's go back to the enforcement. Is it that the union contract does not allow for night work or night differential?
Well, Francis, the Director of Enforcement, no, the union contract does not prohibit night work. Our issue was solely based on budget allocation, well, being able to place the budget in the right area. Apparently, there were some issues early on that were just recently resolved.
That's a very unfortunate thing because the placing of the budget can't be the reason why we can't get enforcement done in an earnest way if it's not a unionized issue. Because I was going to ask, if that's the case, why did not we make sure that we negotiated that in the last negotiations? But that's not the issue. So, Commissioner, you're really not a real reason, you know, other than shortages here and there, and your the executive OMB sent down just one position for enforcement purposes. So you would have to share with us, how are you going to utilize those new employees in order for us to even give this consideration?
Sure, I'd be happy to do so.
Okay. And I don't know if you get permission to ask for new positions either. You didn't get email.
I'm sorry, Senator, what'd you say?
I said, did you get a text yet? Because I don't know if you got permission to ask for new positions. Senator DeGraff?
No, Senator, I have not got a text yet.
Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, the ask down here would have been just to add in 10% for the night differential. You change the shift to 12 midnight to 8 a.m. You put them the night differential from 12 midnight to 6 a.m. Add for the 10% is what would be asked here for the budget hearings, and not look to go toward doing it as overtime where they work in the day and come back in the night. That was the solution to it, because they're not prohibited from working in the nighttime. So your ask would just be for that 10%, which is a better ask than looking to do overtime where you have to wait until they do it. Thank you for the time, Madam.
I concur with your thoughts. Thank you very much.
So just let's remind ourselves that this conversation is not a new one. We had this conversation, I recall having the same discussion in the last budget hearing. So, you know, when we come back, we can't continue to hear the same issues raising their head and no resolve other than fill new positions. You haven't even laid out a schedule for this and then say the ask is for new positions. I'm challenged with that. But the Office of Cannabis Regulations, I see that, of course, we passed the cannabis law in FY, or not FY, but at the end of December of 2022. And the budget coming back down here with the same thing. I mean, I think our Senate President made reference to it. We gotta get serious about this. We have one unclassified position, one unclassified vacant. What is that vacant position?
They have recommended a special assistant position.
So who is they?
The Office of Management and Budget.
But who to run it? You or them?
I put in my request for positions, and this is what was approved.
Okay, so what was your ask?
Year one, I have asked for a manager of administrative services, a director of enforcement, a training specialist, an office assistant, and 4 investigators.
Are you in none of them? You get a special what? What is this is for?
I believe that is because we're supposed to not rely on the general fund, but the expenditures, we will actually need some more money to get the program started, which I have stated in the testimony.
Well, one would think that, so the Office of Cannabis Regulations must have a leg up before it starts to generate revenues, right? So you have to be realistic in your approach. And to my colleague's point, we didn't bring this legislation. This legislation was brought down to the legislature by the governor. One of our colleagues at the time had a one-liner that says to create, to legalize cannabis. I use the legislation to build the legislation. But this has been the mantra of the executive branch for quite some time. So to see that in front of us today, we have a budget, the budget for FY 2024 is $244,264. I think we serious? Like, we had our concerns about moving this forward because we want to make sure that this is properly and heavily regulated. But we're going to have to have a real sit down to discuss how we're going to truly make this thing work. So could you please share with us your ask? Commissioner, are you working closely with the executive director? What is your concerns around this whole, if any, of course, this $144,000 ask for FY 2020? Not 144, this 244 for FY 24. Last year it was 100,000, so it increased by 144,000 with the passage of the legislation.
Sure, thank you for the question. So as a member of the Cannabis Advisory Board and as the person who oversees the Office of Cannabis Regulation, I want to say that I believe the Office of Management and Budget has been conservative, considering that we are awaiting the rules and regulations to actually be promulgated, which actually are the marching orders for the OCR to operate. So I am almost certain that as soon as that has been properly promulgated, at that point in time, then OMB can begin to focus more of its attention or its capital, for lack of better words, to getting the OCR rolling. Right now, what they've given us is the preliminary seed money with the assistance of the legislature, but obviously there is a lot more capital that is required to in fact get this rolling. But in earnest of the fact that the rules and regs have not been worked on, the funding for these positions would have literally been dried up by persons just occupying seats without having the necessary work to do.
Commissioner, so we're talking about fiscal year 24. Don't confuse me. Don't try. You're talking about FY 2024. So if y'all need to know where the additional money coming from, y'all got to know. We're not talking about 23. We're talking about 24. Well, we asked earlier about the status of the rolling out of the regulations. You shared with us that the regs are at the Department of Justice, at the Attorney General's office for review. So our expectation is that we will see that prior to the opening of fiscal year 24, because we are in the month of June. So if we are in the month of June, it means that we have another, 4 or 5 months of fiscal year 2023. So your answer does not sit well with me. Our budget should reflect a cost to run the Office of Cannabis Regulation. Think I'm getting information that there is some, and Ms. Cardi, perhaps you know, there is some $100 million that's coming from the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund to fund the office. Are you all aware of that?
Yes, so we've put in the request to receive that money.
Well, waiting in the budget. It got to be in the budget. That's the issue. We are not, I made it clear, we're not going to be passing a piecemeal budget. It is either we're going to pass a balanced budget or we're not. So that's not anywhere, Mr. Post Auditor, you can respond. In the review that you conducted, Mr. Post Auditor, of our 2024 budget that was submitted by the executive branch, do you see where the TARF, which is the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund, do you see where there is any funding that is set aside from that fund to support the Office of Cannabis Regulation? Please recognize the mic of the Post Auditor. Go ahead. Oh boy. The mic of the Post Auditor, please. I want to make sure it's on the record.
Madam Chair, and if this is Evangelista, if I may respond after the Post Auditor.
No, you may not. We're not done yet.
Okay, no problem.
1 second. Mr. Post Auditor, could you use our mic over here instead? Could y'all check to see if this mic is working? We want to make sure we're clear because we can't arbitrarily use money from the TARF as we see fit in the executive branch. If the funds are going to be budgeted from the TARF, then it needs to be clearly stated in our 24 budget.
No, I don't, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Post Auditor. So you can respond now, Commissioner Evangelista, as it relates to this.
Sure. The question with the TARP. So pursuant to Act number 8680, Section 5, there's appropriated from the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2023, the sum of $1 million for the operation of the Office of Cannabis Regulation for its first 2 years of operation, which sum shall be used until expended.
Okay, and that's to my point. So it should be still listed in the 2024 budget. Even if it was appropriated last fiscal year, it still needs to be laid out so we can see the expenses. So that's missing. So hopefully OMB is listening. It's may not be new money, but it needs to be clear how the Office of Cannabis Regulation is being funded. Were you aware of that, Ms. Cardi?
I was aware of the funding appropriated by the Act, which I referenced before, and that we have been working to get it allocated in the budget. I'm not sure if that's why it has not appeared in our line item yet.
So it's not going to be allocated in the budget under the general fund, but it should be allocated under the tourism revolving fund. When we received the budget, it showed you the various categories where the buckets is more like it, where the tourism revolving fund will be used, and I don't recall. We have to check. If we're wrong, we're wrong, but we will have to verify that. But I don't recall seeing the $1 million listed there. Although there's an act, it still has to sit in there so we could see how it's being funded. So that's where you're funding the positions from?
That's where we're hoping to begin funding the positions from. As we stated in the testimony, there would still be a budget deficit this year based off of our projections of about $485,000, including all of the positions and one-time expenditures for vehicles, furnitures, computers, etc.
So, Commissioner, earlier you made reference to the fact that your enforcement officers that you are looking at is to also support the Office of Cannabis Regulations? You said that.
Yes, Senator, that's the line of thought.
So which one is it? Because we need to be clear. Is the Office of Cannabis Regulation going to have their own enforcement officers? Because it seems like, 1 second, it seems like there's some crossover. So we need to be clear on what that is.
So by the Act, the Office of Cannabis Regulations must have their own enforcement. What the Commissioner was referencing is that DLCA would still be able to support the Office of Cannabis Regulations, seeing as though we're one agency in handling the enforcement activity. Obviously, we don't want to have enforcement in just one area. having them in DLCA gives them flexibility to assist us and to assist DLCA.
Okay, so we're going to ask that the Office of Cannabis Regulation provide us with their budget as to how they're utilizing the $1 million over the first year and the second year.
I have both ready. If you'd like, I can tell you, and I can send it to you right now.
We'll ask the Sergeant at Arms to, do you have it printed?
I have it digital.
Okay, can you please just send it to my office? And I will make sure that the senators get it, but that's important information. Colleagues, we're going to go to one last alibi before we wrap up. So I'm going to go to Senator Graff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One last alibi. Could be three questions or just one question? I just want to make sure what you have.
One is one.
Okay, one question.
You come from law enforcement. How much alibi you get?
I gotta try a thing.
Okay. Well, if it's germane, if it's information that we need to have, let's just get it out.
Okay. I think it'd be along the lines of a term being used in the States, what they call shrinkflation. So as the commissioner regarding your office, where they're basically saying that we're seeing prices going up, but the content of a product going down. And I was told that's what they call shrinkflation. Is it something that you're following in all your areas, and are you looking at that to see the impact of that on the economy versus, i.e., what it does for the return on investment to the community and everything? So that would be my one wrap-up question in regards to what they call shrinkflation. If you're aware of it, if not, then fine. And are we combating and getting ready for that? Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Senator de Graaf. So shrinkflation does, in fact, speak to how companies are trying to conserve their resources and reducing the size of the containers. But as it relates to the contents is what it is. So they should not be putting less contents in a container that, if it says 6 fluid ounces, it should be 6 fluid ounces. As far as monitoring it, it's what is purchased by the vendors. If in fact it's something that we need to look into, we shall. But for all intents and purposes, the manufacturers are themselves trying to increase the return on investment by reducing the size of their containers and not manipulating what is the contents, but they may be making smaller containers and in fact then putting smaller contents and charging accordingly.
Senator James?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see where, I don't have a page number, but I think it's in your testimony where you have overtime salaries budgeted at $75,000. And I know that my colleagues and I have been advocating for enforcement officers to work at night. So do you think you have to revisit those numbers?
Director Fredericks?
Have they done any form of analysis or assessment to find out if we were to really have these men and women out there enforcing, what numbers we are expecting or projecting to carry out their duties?
Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. The Assistant Commissioner and I did an assessment of a projected analysis of what it would look like if we had the enforcement officers out on a regular basis, that being at least 15 hours per week per officer. And I can't remember exactly what the number is, but I'll be sure to include that information in what I sent to you with regards to the question that you asked about the breakdown of citations.
Please do so. In closing, I just want to say thank you to my colleague in the minority who referenced about the whole thing with IDs. Well, not I, but my colleagues and I, of course, I brought it forward. That's Act 8303, hence why we need to have the enforcement officers at night. And I just want to make sure where we have them out there that you have enough funding to give them body cams and the necessary gears to protect themselves when they're out there. So please factor that in the budget if need be. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. So we're going to ask the department to submit to us the information with regards to the enforcement officers, and to Senator James's point, with new employees, you require equipment. So we need to get something from you, laying out exactly what that is with a proper justification, and let's see how we can work it. But Senator James also made, I'm not sure who it was, I think it was James or DeGraff, about the 75K. It was Senator James. So if we are going to move in that direction, then you need to revisit your 75K for your overtime as well, because that now needs to be moved into, you have to recalculate how you're budgeting if you're really going to set up your enforcement division in a way that allows for night, evening work, which requires night differential, holiday pay. It requires a bunch of stuff. So you got to really look at this and lay it out for us to help us to make a decision on this. But basically what we're saying, we're not satisfied with what's happening now. We don't believe that we're getting a bang for our buck. Or we are, but we can generate a lot more, to your own testimony, Commissioner. Okay?
Understood, Senator.
Senator Francis Jr.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I see that there is no capital outlay in the budget for you. Do you not have any capital projects that you intend to accomplish during FY 24-1? And if you could just put on record what about this budget that gave you reason for pause? What concerns you about this budget submittal?
Sure. Thank you for the two questions. With respect to the capital outlay, Senator, to be quite frank, since I got here, we've been understaffed and underpaid, so my goal is to actually get the personnel to do the work. That's why there is no capital outlay. Number one, as it relates to capital outlay, our St. Thomas office, thanks to the Department of Property and Procurement, was recently cleaned, sanitized, overhauled. We were physically closed for almost 2 months, but virtually we continued to operate so that there was no disruption to services. But in terms of mold infestation, it's now a clean office, and we rent from PMP, who's about to give us a lease, I'm sure. And on St. Croix, though our landlord is not the best landlord, our facilities inside the shopping center at Golden Rock Shopping Center are actually in good shape, with the exception of a couple of times when maybe there's a septic backup. And as it relates to what keeps me up at night is actually having the adequate funding to provide 100% of what the services that we're expected to deliver under the Virgin Islands Code. I do understand that we can't get everything we want, and hence the team, through in and throughout does the best that they can with what they have. And I'm proud to report to you that for the past 4 years that I've sat in this seat, each successive year, we, in the licensing side, which includes licensing, boards and commissions, and enforcement, I just did the whole team, it's one team. We've actually collected more revenue and deposited more revenue into the general fund, and we've issued more licenses year after year. So, we do the best that we can, and we thank you for all the support that we have gotten. I have to put on record that since I took this position, the legislature has year after year provided us up and beyond the ceiling that has been provided to us. But I think it's a testament to the fact that, you ask for it, you get it. We deliver. We may not deliver everything exactly on time as requested. For example, the overtime. That's something that we will be doing, and overtime meaning sending the enforcement officers after 5 p.m. The businesses are very aware, but one of my team members actually indicated that they actually do more work during the day than is anticipated at night. Unfortunately, it's those calls that I get on the wee hours of Saturday evening or early Sunday morning about neighbors complaining about the noise, and you've assisted us with that, so hopefully we can put a clamp on that. And as it relates to the persons who are hanging out outside the places that sell alcohol, namely the nightclub. So we have our mission cut out for us. We've made some strides. We picked the low-hanging fruit, and it's mango season. It hasn't been raining, but we're aiming to get the sweetest fruit at the top of the tree so that everyone can eat. So thank you.
All right, dude. All right, Senator Francis, are you satisfied with the response? Are you good? Okay, you're good. All right. Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, my son, it's good to know them hen laying some egg again. I guess we could eat the price them going down. I'd like to ask you, Commissioner, because, nobody is perfect and, we all can do better. So, can you give me a brief summary? If we was to do that vendors plaza over again, what would you do differently? What one thing would you do differently with that vendors plaza?
Sure, I would probably ask the designer to create a space for the vendors to step into, but that would mean it would require a larger footprint and there would be less vendors in that space.
That's a step into when the sun hot and when it raining, right? I agree with you with that. Okay, let me go to Miss Hannah Carty, because, actually I'm a little bit concerned because on March 8th, I think you were here before it's March 8th, right? You were so full of vigor and vitality, and you was telling us how you're doing 1, 2, I think you were doing about 3 jobs. And now your demeanor is a little bit different. So I'm reading your body language, right? You mentioned here on page 8 of your testimony that funding and staffing will be critical to the successful rollout of the program. And this cannabis thing is very important for the community. We got to get this right. You're talking about a $485,000 budget deficit. Explain why is that? Is that you needed $1,485,000? Explain it to me.
So based off of our preliminary calculations, we'll need about $1,485,000 to be able to get the office up and running with the staffing that we anticipate that we need. In year 2, that number grows. And my concern overall is that we're going to have the money to be able to do all of the things that we want to do in terms of making sure that we have educational programs for the community, ensure that we have enforcement. As many of the states have told me, and as I've been looking at it, it's critical for us to have enforcement up front in the beginning of the program. So those are the things that are critical to us to get started.
Okay, thank you for that. So Commissioner Evangelista, Ms. Director Hannah Carty is saying that she needs $485,000 more to successfully roll out this program. What are your plans to accomplish that? Are you going to come before the legislature requesting this supplemental funding? What are your plans?
Sure. Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Yes, the plan is that whatever is not included on this particular round, that we would submit a request to the Director of OMB for a supplemental to cover those expenses.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
The TARF appropriated $1 million annually?
No, just $1 million for the first year.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
So it's $1 million for the first year. You guys have not spent any of it, correct?
Correct.
So how are you coming up 450 short?
The 485,000 short would be a projection based off of salaries, large purchases such as vehicles, equipment, computers, furniture, and then annual expenditures such as the seed to sale system based off of the contracted sums that we've been getting in some of the bids, the medicinal patient registry, personnel training and education, office supplies, maintenance and repairs, postage, advertising, legal services, cell phones, and residual unanticipated expenses.
Yeah, so based on what you're sharing, again, we need to see the budget, but you know that you're not going to hire all your enforcement and all your staff on that first day of October 1.
Correct.
So just be mindful of that when you share that your budget is short, because that may not necessarily be the case.
It depends on when we get everything started, because we may need to hire people as early as this fiscal year. So some personnel might be the full one, or they might be hired at 50%.
So this is my issue with the Office of Cannabis Regulation. We have a lot of might be. There is no clarity on when the regulations are going to be completed. There's too much uncertainty. There's a lot of might and maybe, etc. There must be some more clear benchmarks that you're working towards. We have to see that. I don't know how to do it any other way. That is important information. And it goes back to when we started out the conversation. Y'all need some sort of a collaborate to discuss who's doing what, when it's going to be done, whatever that document is, that action sheet that says, this is when we plan to finish. The goalposts can move, but the question is, what are we working towards? What date are we working towards to wrap up? So we will never know. So you can't say that you have $450,000 short when y'all don't even know when y'all going to be done with this. You have no idea. We might be going into the new fiscal year and you still at no cannabis regulations.
May I respond?
Of course.
I just wanted to add that there are other things outside of the budget that we are waiting on, as well as the amendments that need to be addressed, including some zoning changes that needed to be adjusted, background checks that has to be built into.
As soon as I give us something, we're going to do our job. We do enough. That's where we're at with this. We've done enough. We gave you the $1 million from the TAF. We passed the bill, and we still can't get nothing. So don't put anything back on this institution until we get something. That's, in all fairness, that's what have to happen. We have the law, the legislation. We just gotta bring it to the floor. But we ain't gonna keep bringing stuff, and we ain't getting nothing. In all fairness, we can't do that. I'm the person that's the holder of the legislation, by the way. So we need information in order to make decisions. And we need to see a clear budget as to where y'all are going, and we need some timelines with regards to the regulations. This, we take a lot of heat for this, a lot of heat. And we still ain't getting nothing. It's like we constantly taking heat. And then when y'all come down here, we having the same discussions. And it's not only on this, it's just so many other issues. So are we, Senator, carry on?
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner, on page 10 and page 12 of your report, so the Consumer Affairs section, you mentioned on page 10 that approximately 71 inspections you have made and issued citations of a total of 42,700. And then on page 12, the enforcement unit also mentions that they've also issued 91,650 in citations. Now, my question is, those are citations issued. Of that, how much have you collected?
The percentage of collections is probably about 35 to 40%. It's low right now. And what has occurred is with the legislature giving us the funding for the position of the hearing officer, that hearing officer has now the task of getting the citations that are not paid for into an administrative hearing so that we can process it. So by the time we come back next budget hearing, I expect that percentage to go up to 100% because they're either complying or through the administrative process, they're paying.
Okay, well, we need to see that because it does really no good if we're just giving citations. Correct. And there's no enforcement or collection of those funds. So in the next budget report, I would like to see those percentage.
Sure.
Clearly stated on this report, so there's no confusion based on what you're issuing in citation and what actually has been collected thus far. So that will really give us a clear picture. And with regards to OCR, Ms. Cardi, did DOJ give you a time frame of how long it would take them to review for legal sufficiency the rules and regulations?
We have not spoken with them about a timeline exactly at this point because we are just making our way through the initial part of the document to make sure that we are in compliance. It still has to go to the board, and the board has to join that discussion before it would be approved for legal sufficiency.
Is important, and too many issues in the territory go without a time frame, and that's why they end up lingering and not really going anywhere. So in the conversation with DOJ, clearly expectations should be established, and to know what the time frame would be for them to review for legal sufficiency. So if you could follow up on that, I think that will be crucial. We need to get this moving. And this body was pushed, I can say rushed, and pressured in a sense to move this legislation forward. And here we are still. So we need some action on this. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the leniency and the time.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. And I don't remember which committee this Office of Cannabis Regulations fall under, but I think it's time for us to start putting some pressure on this government operations, putting some pressure on the Office of Cannabis Regulation. This was a big deal. We probably need a committee at whole. I don't know what we need, but we need something here because what we're doing sounds like we're spinning wheels. Okay? I don't have anything further, so we're going to ask the commissioner to give a 30-second closing. And we're going to ask that the information that we requested be provided. We will send you correspondence asking or reiterating the information that was requested so we can make an informed decision as it relates to this 2024 budget for the Office of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Commissioner?
Sure. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, members of the Committee on Finance, all other members of the 35th Legislature present, staff, legislative staff present, and most of all, the DLCA staff. On behalf of DLCA, thank you for allowing us to present this testimony to you regarding the 2024 budget. We shall submit to you under separate cover the information you requested. And let's pray that the oncoming storm treats us kindly. And for all those businesses who have not submitted their hurricane price list by the 1st of the month, effective June 1st, the hurricane is upon us. You're overdue and expect a visit from us in the form of a citation so we can demonstrate to this Committee on Finance that we're doing our work as we do on a daily basis. Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory, and the members of your committee.
Thank you. And we do have one last question. And that question is,
yes, Senator.
Actually, one of our constituent asked that we ask this question. I think it's an excellent question. Why do our local vendors, businesses, why don't they accept coupons?
Sure, great question. I think one of the senators raised that the last time we were here. I'll allow Director Padgett to respond to that.
Matthew Padgett, Director of Consumer Affairs. So the last time we were here, we discussed that some coupons are restricted geographically. Coupons will have the fine print on the back, and it says whether it's accepted in the Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. Most manufacturers' coupons are redeemable through the manufacturer and not necessarily through the retailer that carries the product. So it would just be a matter of reading the fine print and checking the contact information on the back of the coupon.
Okay, so I guess the better question is, what can you do from your end about this as it relates to the manufacturers?
Sure. So thank you for the question. So two things as it relates to the manufacturer. It's a matter of they're the ones who prepare and produce the product, and they choose their geographical location. So unfortunately, there's not much we can do with the manufacturer other than we can reach out to them and make a friendly gesture and inquire if they can in fact make an exception. Since that last meeting, I have spoken to the major retailers, and some of them said that, if they have the exact product in stock, they'll actually take the coupon. And unfortunately for them, because it's a very tedious process to process that coupon, they take the loss. So to your constituent who sent you that request, go ahead and submit a request to myself, to my email, richard.evangelista@dlca.vi.gov, and I'd be more than happy to provide that individual with the couple of stores that said they would request the coupon, they would accept the coupon in light of the fact that they're actually taking a loss on it.
Okay, so from the Virgin Islands perspective, we have not reached out to these manufacturers and say, hey, we're over here, we're buying your products in the Virgin Islands. Why are we not included? I mean, I don't know what it is, but I think we need to have a better explanation as to what it is, as to why they include Puerto Rico and not the Virgin Islands.
Well noted, and we'll go ahead and take that and make that happen.
Okay, all right, colleagues. If you have no further questions, I want to thank the team at Licensing and Consumer Affairs for spending the morning with us as we try to wrap our head around the 2024 budget requests. And the committee stands in recess for 15 minutes. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read Block 2 into the record?
Block 2, VI Territorial Emergency Management Agency. Invited testifier, Mr. Darrell Jashan, Director, VI Territorial Emergency Management Agency. That concludes the reading of Block 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we're going to move right into VITEMA. So good afternoon to the VITEMA family. And we're going to ask Director Jashan to please, we're going to ask all the testifiers to please put their name and title on the record, and we're going to start with the Director. Director Jashan, you may proceed. Oh, and I see, let me recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Good afternoon, Senator Gittins, and thank you for being here. Director Jashan, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Senator Frank Gregory. Director Darrell Jashan, the Director for the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, VITEMA. I do have one individual who is participating online as Deputy Director Floresita Bruin.
Okay, let me just ask her then to put her name and title on the record. Director Bruin?
Good afternoon, Floresita Bruin, Deputy Director of Grants Management.
All right, Senator, I would ask then my participants from the island of St. Croix, starting Deputy Director Bruce Kelly to my right and moving to the left, please.
Good afternoon, Senator. Deputy Director Bruce Kelly, Operations, VITEMA.
Good afternoon, Merlinda Philomene, Deputy Director of HR and Labor Relations.
Good afternoon, Regina Brown, Deputy Director of Planning and Preparedness.
Good afternoon, Melinda Vigilant Mesa, Territorial Public Assistance Officer.
And then, Senator, I have participants over on the island of St. Thomas.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Winston Simon, Deputy Director of Admin and Finance.
Good afternoon.
Please turn on the mic of the testifier.
Good afternoon, Stephen de Blasio, Deputy Director of Logistics, VITEMA.
Could you pronounce that name again?
Stephen de Blasio.
Could you spell that? D-E?
D-E, capital B-L-A-S-I-O.
And what's your title?
Deputy Director of Logistics.
Deputy Director of Logistics. All right. Director Jashan, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chairwoman of the Committee on Finance, and all other senators present, legislative staff, and those in the viewing and listening audience, good afternoon. I'm Darrell D. Jashan, the Director of the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, VITEMA. Present with me today are Mr. Winston Simon, my Deputy Director of Administration and Finance, Mrs. Floresita Bruin, Deputy Director of Grants Management, Mrs. Melinda Philomene, Deputy Director of Human Resources and Labor Relations, Ms. Regina Brown, Deputy Director of Planning and Preparedness, Mr. Stephen de Blasio, Deputy Director of Logistics, Mr. Bruce Kelly, Deputy Director of Operations, Mrs. Melinda Vigilant Messer, Territory Public Assistance Officer, Mr. Wayne Bryan, Director of the Fusion Center, Ms. Chanel Potter, the 911 Emergency Communications Center, St. Thomas, St. John District Manager, Ms. Amanda Bradshaw, the 911 Emergency Communications Center, St. Croix District Manager, and Ms. Linda Williams, Emergency Operations Center Supervisor. Thank you for this opportunity to present VITEMA's proposed fiscal budget 2024 and 2025 budget. The fiscal year 2024 budget represents a 0.52% increase in what the 34th legislature approved in 2023. VITEMA's mission is to save lives and protect property through preparedness, exercises, prevention, and mitigation. The agency is comprised of 6 main divisions: Administration of Finance, Grants Management, Planning and Preparedness, Operations, Logistics, Fusion Center. Public assistance and hazard mitigation sections support recovery efforts, and while they're budgeted federally with VITEMA, they report operationally to the Office of Disaster Recovery under Executive Order Number 487-2019, dated 17 June 2019. VITEMA has oversight of the 911 emergency system and the Virgin Islands Office of Homeland Security Fusion Center. Our daily operations include 2 911 emergency communication centers, 1 in each district, 3 emergency operations centers, 1 on St. Croix in downtown Christiansted, 1 in St. Thomas, just east of the Cyril E. King Airport runway, and 1 on St. John, just across from the Myra Keating Smith Community Center, and a Homeland Security Fusion Center located on St. Thomas. VITEMA has 156 funded positions, of which 59 are classified and 97 are exempt. Currently, 70 positions are funded by the general fund. 24 positions are non-ECC related, of which 5 are vacant. The remaining 46 positions are the ECC 911 positions, 44 operators and 2 managers, 1 in each district. 1 of the ECC operators is on military leave. Additionally, VITEMA has 86 federally funded positions. 68 of those positions are funded by public assistance and hazard mitigation disaster grants. 39 of these disaster grant funded positions are filled and 29 are vacant. 18 positions are funded by other grants, of which 11 are filled and 7 are vacant. In total, VITEMA has 100 full-time active employees. For our fiscal year 2024 and 2025 budget, the 2024 budget request is $9,944,838, which represents $6,359,725 from the general fund, $979,494 from the Emergency Services Fund, and $2,605,618 in federal funds. Subgrants to the rescue organizations and the Silver Air Patrol total $415,000 in VITEMA's miscellaneous budget. For fiscal year 2025, VITEMA's proposed budget is $9,871,502, which represents $6,359,725 in the general fund and $979,494 from the Emergency Services Fund and $2,532,283 in federal funds. The Emergency Services Fund is supported by a $2 surcharge in communication lines, which is authorized by the New and Emerging Technologies 911 Improvement Act of 2008 and by Act Number 7981, enacted in January 5, 2017, which amended Title 33 VI Code Chapter 3, Section 58, Subsection C. Additionally, by Subsection F of the same grant, VITEMA now receives 40% of the monies, or 80 cents of the $2, collected from the Emergency Services surcharge, while the VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services receive 60%, or $1.20 of the $2. As of May 31st, 2023, VITEMA received $138,333 of the total revenue collection. These funds are proposed only for the improvements of the 2 911 ECC systems. For fiscal years 2024 and 2025, VITEMA requests $979,494 from the revenue collection for the Emergency Services surcharge to manage equipment repairs, train the Emergency Communications Center operators, and to continue the transition of our Public Service Answering Point, known as a PSAP, from the basic 911 to an enhanced 911. Our accomplishments for 2023 and milestones. Under personnel, Emergency Call Center Operations Recruitment Fair. In March of 2023, VITEMA collaborated with the Division of Personnel and hosted its first ever recruitment fair for Emergency Communications Center operators. The event in both districts was extremely successful and produced 79 qualified applicants. Island of St. Croix, there were 55 qualified applicants identified. 28 sat the exam, 14 passed and were interviewed. In St. Thomas District, there were 24 qualified applicants identified, 17 sat the exam, 11 passed and were interviewed. 8 employment offers were made in the Island of St. Croix District and 9 in the St. Thomas District. These new ECC operators would be onboarded in 2 groups. The first group consisted of 6 new hires, 2 in the St. Croix District and 4 in the St. Thomas District, that started on the 11th of April 2023. Thus far, these newly hired ECC operators are thriving and demonstrating the aptitude and attitude needed in the Emergency Communications Center. The second group will start on today, 20 June 2023. Based on the success of our 2 recruitment fairs for 911 vacancies, VITEMA anticipates utilizing similar in-house events as well as partnering with the Division of Personnel for future recruiting events for other vacant positions. Thank all the employees at VITEMA, the community, our vendors, the Division of Personnel, and members of the 35th Legislature for their support. Under labor relations, VITEMA and the United Steelworkers Union, USW, continue to engage in positive and collaborative discussions relative to our labor relations matters. Although challenges relative to grievances and employee disciplinary matters may arise, both parties remain respectful and focus on what is in the best interest of the employees. Internal promotions. VITEMA is very proud of the efforts we have made to provide opportunities for staff for career advancement. In the past year, we have had 7 internal promotions. Our goal is to continue to develop opportunities for the employees at VITEMA to experience career advancement within the agency. Under planning and preparedness, the National Tsunami Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. Under this 2021 and 2022 funding source, VITEMA can complete a tsunami signage plan to ensure that signs are placed in locations based on the most updated data, complete social science surveys, and ensure that lessons learned from the community and feedback to tailor the community outreach campaigns. Under operations, the 911 Community Communication Centers, our language line, the language translation system. Successful implementation and continued use of this system gives the 911 ECC operators, in an average of 3 seconds, access to over 16,000 highly skilled and trained interpreters in 240 plus languages at any given time. While 3 seconds may appear to be a long time when requesting emergency assistance from police, fire, or emergency medical service, the 3-second time reduces the overall call time. It is very important to have clear communication and understand the request for assistance and not waste precious time, which may lead to misunderstanding the nature of the importance of the emergency call. Currently, the cost is approximately 64 cents a minute for Spanish and 69 cents for French. These are the main languages that are utilized. So far, in the first 7 months of fiscal year 2023, the language line has assisted with 211 calls in Spanish, Haitian Creole or Patois, French, Hindi, totaling 1,272 minutes at a total cost of $827.40. The VITEMA Emergency Operations Centers are the main point where individuals who manage, respond, and facilitate resource requests and tracking come together. VITEMA EOCs located on St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John are also utilized by various agencies to host meetings and training. To date, for fiscal year 2023, VITEMA has conducted or hosted 15 training events or exercise for other agencies at no cost to those agencies. 5 on St. Thomas EOC, 3 at the St. Croix EOC, and 2 on the St. John EOC. Under logistics, our tsunami warning siren repairs of the 2 FEMA public assistance grants, one for St. Thomas District and one for St. Croix District, were completed in August 2022 for $1.6 million, of which 90% was federal and 10% was territorial. And the grants have been closed. Additional work unrelated to Irma and Maria damages have been contracted for $37,000, and the vendor will be mobilizing to complete the work by the end of July of 2023. Our St. Thomas EOC repairs under the FEMA Public Assistance Grant for $1.4 million has commenced. An additional $999,201 from insurance proceeds brings the total to $2.4 million, of which $140,000 is cost shared from resources from the HUD CDBG-DR funds. Purchase order for phase 1 or roof work has been issued, and the contractor is mobilized and will receive necessary materials at the on-site this week. Phase 2 is in the RFP development mode now and will be scheduled to begin upon completion of Phase 1. Under hazard mitigation grant, or HMPG grant, was granted additional funding from FEMA on March 8, 2023 to bring the new lock-in amount for Hurricane Maria Disaster Victor India, or VI 4340, in the amount of $1.2 billion. Currently, HMGP has a total of 119 obligated projects, both the 4435 disaster and the 4340 disaster, as of June 8, 2023. St. Croix Herman Hill Wind Retrofit Project is for $22.5 million and is 100% federally funded. On March 10, 2023, VITEMA presented at the Committee of the Whole hearing for rezoning of the Herman Hill facility for the VITEMA Herman Hill Wind Retrofit and Safe Room Project. This request was forwarded to the 31st Legislature for their approval and was then signed by Governor Bryan under Bill number 35-0021, dated April 26, 2023. Next step is for the project to proceed with the pre-applicant meeting with the DPNR Coastal Zoning Management and to meet the federal consistency requirement. For public assistance. The Public Assistance Program provides support to applicants for the processing of payments and reimbursements of eligible scope and cost within the approved period of performance. Currently, the program has the following open disaster grants. Declared in September 2017, Hurricane Irma was awarded $68.5 million for 342 obligated projects, of which $22.5 million has been expended. Hurricane Maria has 1,129 obligated projects for a total award of $5.6 billion, of which $2.5 billion has been expended. Currently, 105 projects remain obligated for this disaster event. April 2020, the territory received a Public Assistance Emerging Declaration for COVID-19. To date, 46 projects totaling $112.6 million have been obligated, of which $87 million have been expended. Sargassum Emerging Declaration received a Public Assistance Emerging Declaration in November 2022 and currently has 4 obligated projects totaling $410,000. Under grants, VITEMA's Emergency Management Performance Grant continues to provide the Alert VI $42,000 annually, the mass notification service to the territory, in collaboration with the Department of Health. FEMA's EMPG grant funding maintains WebEOC, which is $33,000 annually, a real-time information sharing of operational details in response to an imminent threat, emergency, or disaster. VITEMA's EMPG grant also supports continued training, outreach, and education. EMPG funding provides public service announcements through radio, internet, and an advertisement at the cinemas. Homeland Security Grant Program continues to provide funding to subrecipients that address the national priorities established by the FEMA, such as the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Services for hazardous, hazmat, and EMR training to firefighters and supplies needed for training. The Bureau of Motor Vehicles and the Bureau of Information Technology for cybersecurity initiatives. VITEMA's nonprofit security grant supported St. Thomas Rescue and Seventh Adventist School by purchasing and installing cameras and fencing to secure their location in an event of attack or active shooter. We also continue to support the Virgin Islands Police Department through Homeland Security Grant Operation Stone Garden, which ranges between $80,000 and $100,000 annually, with the continued overtime for officers to secure our borders, purchase of a vehicle, fuel, and repairs to ensure VIPD continues to conduct Operation Stone Garden missions and patrol our territorial borders. VITEMA was awarded in 2021 fiscal year Department of the Interior, Office of Insular Affairs Technical Assistance Program, TAP grant, to upgrade the 911 telephone system for $650,000. This project has been completed and the grant is now closed. Our challenges for 2024 and 2025 fiscal year. Personnel staffing. Retaining and attracting talent continues to be a challenge for the agency. Although all VITEMA positions are critical, VITEMA has suffered losses of key positions within the past 6 months. These losses are mainly attributed to career advancements opportunities and higher pay. VITEMA continuously recruits qualified individuals to join our team. However, many who are new to emergency management learn the fast-paced and stressful environment is not for them. Disability Integration Coordinator. VITEMA is finalizing the Disability Coordinator position and anticipates placement of one position in the next 30 days. A second position requires additional funding, which is not in VITEMA's fiscal year 2024 budget. Collective bargaining agreement and contract negotiations. The collective bargaining agreement between VITEMA 911 and the United Steelworkers Union expired on 30 September 2022. In October 2022, the Office of Collective Bargaining, OCB, representing VITEMA and the USW signed a stipulation for a day-to-day agreement until we meet to negotiate a new contract. OCB has tentatively scheduled negotiations to commence in September of 2023. Under logistics, for facilities, the 911 ECCs, both on St. Croix and St. Thomas, have aging furniture for dispatchers. VITEMA has budgeted $100,000 for fiscal year 2024, which provides a start for replacement. VITEMA will need similar funding for fiscal year 2025 and 2026 to complete replacement of the furniture for 911. The emergency services fees are not authorized for furniture. Our mobile EOCs, our aging fleet. VITEMA will need to continue to perform frequent and extensive maintenance and equipment through local contracting, which will impact VITEMA's Government of the Virgin Islands funding budget. Tsunami warning systems and sirens. The fiscal year 2024 funding of approximately $62,000 for OMB to plan an update system. This is not included in our current budget. This will allow for continuous serviceability and functionality of the system. Additionally, for 2025, funding of $42,000 is desired for communication repeaters, 3 total for upgrade and replacements. In closing, at this time, I'd like to especially recognize VITEMA's Employees of the Year for 2023. Ms. Linda Williams on St. Thomas St. John District and Ms. Shakima Gonzalez on the St. Croix District. These 2 outstanding individuals work under extremely stressful conditions, yet continue to perform excellent service to the community. I want to say thank you to both Ms. Williams from Operations Division, Ms. Gonzalez from our 911 Emergency Communications Center for their outstanding contributions and being valuable members of the VITEMA team. Finally, the hardworking staff at VITEMA, thank you for your commitment and dedication to the agency, its mission, and the people of the Virgin Islands. Your jobs are not easy. You show up every day to ensure the mandates of the agency are met. Again, thank you. Committee Chairwoman, Senator Fred Gregory, and other committee members, this budget is adequate to address the immediate priorities of the administration for the upcoming fiscal year. The need arises for additional resources. We'll have that discussion with Governor Bryan and the OMB Director. At this time, I'd like to present a short video showing VITEMA and some of our fellow agency partners in action over the last 12 months.
Media?
To be prepared, we got to prepare. Be ready to evacuate in case of emergency. You need water for at least 3 days. Food non-perishable only, please. A portable radio with extra batteries. Update your full aid kit and any medications. Don't forget your hygiene elements. Plastic, secure all your documents. A flashlight and candle for you to see. And make sure you have money, emergency blankets, and extra clothing for every child. Cell phone charger and tablets, for we may be here for a while. We got to be prepared. We got to prepare. We got to be prepared. We got to prepare. Be ready to evacuate in case of emergency. You need water for at least 3 days. Food non-perishable only, please. A portable radio with extra batteries. Update your full aid kit and any medications. Don't forget your hygiene elements. Plastic, secure all your documents. A flashlight and candle for you to see. And make sure you have money, emergency blankets, and extra clothing for every child. Cell phone charger and tablets.
If you're on the beach and you hear a loud roar, or if you see the water receding away from the shore, yes, that is nature warning you. So get as high as you can go. Evacuate, run for your life, or even turn back for your wife. Move to higher ground, 82 feet above sea level. Everybody run, don't go out trying to be no hero. Move to higher ground, 82 feet above sea level. Everybody run. If you're on the beach and you hear a loud roar, or if you see the water receding away from the shore, yes, that is nature warning you. So get as high as you can go. Evacuate, run for your life, or even turn back for your wife. Move to higher ground, 82 feet above sea level. Everybody run, don't go out trying to be no hero. Move to higher ground, 82 feet above sea level. Everybody run, drop everything you have now, let's go. Run, tsunami, save yourself, tsunami, evacuate, tsunami. Everybody let we run, tsunami, save yourself, tsunami, evacuate, tsunami. Everybody let we run, stay informed, stay prepared, and stay vigilant. Visit VITEMA's website at vitema.vi.gov for more preparedness tips. One of those, tsunami, tsunami, tsunami.
My team and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on VITEMA's proposed fiscal year 2024 and 2025 budgets. We're ready to address your questions.
Thank you, Director Jason. So I was just a little bit confused. So your first submission of your testimony was like 25 pages. So you did a new submission.
Yes, Senator, a lot of that was accomplishments, and we watched a couple of your early sessions, and we identified that we wanted to focus on our budget, not so much our accomplishments.
Okay. Well, we're definitely interested in your KPIs, so. All right, very well. Colleagues, we are going to go to a 4-minute round. We see that this year's requests for the general fund in particular is $6.4 million for VITEMA, which is a variance of some $234,454, which is a 4% increase. But we also see that there has been some reduction in various categories, and I'm certain that my colleagues will drill down on those reductions to find out exactly what's occurring there. We also see that your supplies category has been increased significantly by some $356,000. And of course, part of the contribution for the increase is because the utilities are included of some $413,000. So we are looking forward to hearing about the reductions and how do you plan to continue the work with the, $400,000, actually is more, $40,000 worth of reduction. So we're looking forward to hear the conversation. We're going to start with Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. You know, I like that video where you're showing your staff, and especially you got a picture of me in it. So, thank you for that. Director, when I look at the post-audit report for 2024 and it compared 2023, $10,131,054, the 2024 total operating budget to $10,194,838. And then you tell me the union isn't going to negotiate until September of this year. And then you're showing the pictures of your staff and think, how many employees do you say you have?
Currently, Senator, we have 100 employees, active employees.
Okay, in 2023 you had 83. 2024, they're showing 76 based on the post-audit report. So when did you add the 24 new employees that bump you up to 100?
I would say, Senator, a lot of these have come with hazard mitigation and public assistance as we're responding from Hurricanes Irma and Maria. That's a growth that we've continued to go forward with, and we can go into details if you want to that. The other piece is we've continued to fill our 911 positions, being very successful, especially for this fiscal year, sir.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So if you bump up 24, I don't see how in FY23 you had 10,131,054, and in 2024 you total 10,194,838. That's with federal monies and everything. I don't see how you do that. You add 24 employees, and your employees that are unionized have not even negotiated as yet. So the numbers don't add up to me. So the 24 employees that came on, all exempt employees?
So I'd ask either Mr. Simon from the finance side or Ms. Philomene from the personnel side if she can drill down on some of the details.
Yeah.
Merlinda Philomene, Deputy Director of HR and Labor Relations. The 24 additional employees are a combination of exempt and classified employees.
Still, again, I'm looking at the post-auditor reports for 23 and 24. And in that combination, if you were to remove the federal funds, you basically have a budget that stays the same. So the 10,131,000 for the 23 budget that included federal funds, the personnel and fringe, to add 24, somewhere along the line I'm missing something. So again, I would have to, we could follow up on that and get a clarification on that. Besides, yeah, so I'll follow back up on that. I also wanted to know in terms of, you say you needed new furniture. Was money budgeted for this new furniture you're talking about that you needed, Director?
For this upcoming fiscal year 2024, Senator, we have $100,000 we have allocated for that out of our budget, and we're looking at doing the same for fiscal year 25 and 26 to get through all of our 911 ECCs.
Okay, and now I just needed to answer questions so I could look back at it. So for your financial people, the personnel for this year, personnel and fringe is how much for 24 you're asking?
1 minute.
Yeah, so I need the personnel and fringe for 24 and the personnel and fringe for 23. The difference, I'm sure you're going to see, if you're telling me that personnel and fringe difference is going to cover 24 employees, portion of unionized, portion of exempt.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm just talking and giving them a little chance to find this information for me. While the gentleman looks, or I don't know if your personnel St. Croix has that information. A minute gone and your answer yet. Yeah.
Mr. Simon, do you have anything on St. Thomas there that you can share regarding the
Personnel and fringe 2024 acts and personnel and fringe your 2023 acts.
Okay, good morning. Winston Simon, Deputy Director, Admin and Finance. So for 24, personnel for 24 is $3,123,895. The fringe for that is $1,523,665.
Time.
Yeah, and do 23 personnel and fringe. And then show me 24 additional employees where you ain't even negotiated for any wage increases and stuff as yet. So it took a minute just to wrap this up, Madam Chair. So as soon as they finish, I'll finish out.
So for Morning again, Winston Simon, Deputy Director, Admin and Finance. So personnel in 23 was 3,385,659, and in fringe was 1,667,447.
Right. So show me where from 23 to 24, you add 24 employees. So for 23, you went to 3,000,003, down to 3,000,001 in 24. Fringe in 24, 1,005,023 to 1,667,000 from 23. So you went actually backwards. So how you add 24 employees and come up with the numbers for 24? I don't understand that, man.
Okay.
Please.
In reference to the adding the 24 employees, HR could probably speak more specific to that. But in terms of the reduction of the numbers, in 24, our vacancies and what's not budgeted roughly at 50%. So that would drive down the cost for the personnel. In addition to that, the fringe would be the same thing. It would be less fringe because you're calculating your numbers and less bodies, so to speak. So because you only budgeted at 50%, you're not at the full numbers, it would be reduced, and the same would goes for the fringe.
Right. So when you bring them on, you're bringing them on at 100%. So you're adding 100%. You're doubling the 50% what you're talking about. The numbers to me don't add up. I don't want to kill my time, but I'm just saying, I mean, I know my time has ended, Madam Chair. Thank you for the leeway, but the numbers don't add up if you're budgeting at 50% in 23, where you have more, and in 24 you're going down, and you're bringing in 24 bodies at 100%. The numbers seem different. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we need to clear this up. So I have a note here in the post-audit report on page 15 that says, according to the personnel listing for the general fund for VITEMA in the amount of $3,843,000 submitted by OMB and the FY 2024 executive budget book, a total of $3,123,895. There's a difference of $719,667. So what is it? I see you have a number of vacancies. In FY 2024, are you proposing new positions? Are you requesting, rather, new positions?
Director Josh and Osmus Philomene, I don't think we only have one position right now that we're tracking that would be new. And that's what we can talk about with the functional disability position, but I'll ask Ms. Philomene to elaborate.
Good afternoon, Senator. For fiscal year 2024, we are not requesting additional positions outside of the functional or the disability integration coordinator position. But we did add new positions in this fiscal year 23.
Okay, so in fiscal year 2023, you had a 738, and I'm just speaking to the general fund. In fiscal year 2023, you had a difference. Let me say. I'm looking at all funds here. Let me go back. In fiscal year 2023, you had a difference of $200,000 about. And in between FY 22 and 23, there's a difference of about 200,000. And in FY 2024, you have another difference between 23 and 24 of 261,764. So the senator is basically asking, why are we seeing a reduction in FY 24? What were those new positions, and what is your total personnel services for FY 23? Is that number accurate compared to what we're seeing in 24 and a reduction of 261, that 8% reduction. Claire?
Yes, Senator. There are discrepancies between what we've submitted compared to what's in the post audit. I would connect with my colleague Dee Dee Simon just to clear that up and provide that to you before we leave today.
Okay, so what we need to get from y'all is a clear picture of what is your FY24 budget requests, personal requests, and the associated fringe benefits. Because why do you have a reduction? I mean, the testimony of the director says that you are in full agreement with what we have in front of us. So let's see. Okay, you didn't break this out. Where in your testimony did you break out your associated general fund personnel?
Senator Director Johnson, as far as by the numbers, we had it broken out, I believe it was line 47.
Page?
It's going to be page 3, line 47. My team has 156 funded positions, 59 classified, 97 exempt.
Okay, so what's the total? What is the total of those positions? Yeah, I mean, we discussing a budget. Say you have 156 funded. What's the funded? What's that amount? What's that total from your end? That's the question.
Hey, Mr. Simon, do you have the spreadsheet we submitted? Director O'Neill, that has that information on her?
I'm coming.
Yeah, you gotta give us something more to work with. You can't just tell us you have 156 funded positions, of which 59 are classified. These are all, and of that, let's just stay focused on the ones that are general fund. 70 positions are funded, and 24 are non-EC, of which 5 are vacant. You're giving us information that don't help us to add up what we should be funding for general fund. That's where the clarification is missing. What is the total general fund positions and the associated fringe benefits? Because there is a discrepancy. That number should be here in your presentation, and we don't see that.
Winston Simon, Deputy Director, Admin and Finance. So the number for positions for the general fund, that's the 3,123,895.
So that reflects the 70 positions? Oh, no, it's 70 and it's more than that.
The general fund alone should be around 70 positions.
And 24 positions are non-EEC related. Those are funded how?
Those are general fund also. That
confusing us.
That,
so
that
it's more than
statement.
70. It's 7. That's what 94. 7894. That's 94 positions. That's the 24 positions are non-ECC related, of which 5 are vacant. The remaining 46 are ECC.
Right. So
what the number is?
So in that statement that you're reading, that specifically refers to the operations section where the 911 employees.
We ain't trying to get at, what we're trying to understand is what is your total general fund positions?
That should be 70.
So is it that you're saying of the 70, is just how this is written, is it that you're saying of the 70 positions, 24 are EC related? That's what you're saying?
So of the 70, let me go to the statement.
Yeah, go to the statement, page 3, line 48 of the testimony. Because perhaps that's what it's saying. Currently, 70 positions are funded by general fund. 24 are non-ECC. So that's, of the 70, 24 is non-ECC.
Right.
Okay. And then there's, of the 20, then there's 46. And the
Right,
remaining
46.
46 are 911 positions, 911.
Actually, 911 positions, yes.
Okay.
And then it goes on to
I
say
see.
out of the 46, 44 is operators, and you have the 2 managers.
Okay, so tell us why you have a reduction of 261,764 in your FY24 ask.
Well, again, that would be because of the positions being budgeted at 50%. And so the corresponding fringe would be reduced also because you're not at your full 100%.
Okay, so that's a good point. So you have some vacancies. So basically what it is you have some vacancies that were filled in fiscal year 23 and are now vacant, and the vacancy is no longer, the position is no longer at 100, is vacant at 50.
50%, right.
That's what it is. So this is my concern. I see where we can budget large departments at 50%. But when I look at yours, at your department, so you have, so you have, how many vacancies?
Overall?
In your general fund? I'm trying to find the vacancy, the listing. So you have 3. So under, let's look at the payroll manager, executive admin assistants, deputy director of facilities, right? So those positions have budgeted at, recommended to be budgeted at 50%. Which one are you going to give up in FY 2024 to fill the other 2? All of the departments are not created equal, so everybody can be budgeted at 50 when you only have 3 positions in here. Then you have these admin secretaries and these ECC operators are locally funded too, right?
Yes, those are under the app section I was referring to earlier.
Okay, so how are you going to balance this? So you have, what it is, 2 million. How many vacancies you got? How many you got?
Senator, Director Johnson, so our general fund vacancies right now have 17 classified, and we have 3 that are exempt for a total of 20.
So you got 20? I'm trying to see where in the post-audit report it gives us the vacancies, but for some reason I'm not seeing it. Page 14.
Our quick view at the beginning of the presentation has the numbers. We're asking for the actual vacancies. We'd have spreadsheet.
Yeah, but we need a number. I need a total vacancies. So the director is saying 20, but our report needs to show us how many we have. Okay?
While you look, I could do a point of inquiry.
So we're showing 27. The director is saying 20. We're going to get a point of inquiry from Senator DeGraff, but we need to figure this out.
While you look. So go ahead.
Go ahead, Madam Chair. 20 that are general fund out of the 70 that we're funded for. 17 of those are classified, 3 are vacant. Then we can talk about the federal fund separately. But
Right,
now
that's
we're just talking
separate.
general
Okay,
fund.
got it. Our primary focus is the general fund. Okay? Senator DeGraff, you recognize your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to Mr. Simon, out of the 24 employees hired, how many are classified, how many exempt?
Okay, I would have to defer that to our HR person.
Okay, if you could ask the HR person, so once you give me the number, then you should be able to give me the totals, correct? Okay, so Director, if you get from your HR person out of the 24 employees hired, how many are classified, how many exempt?
Good afternoon, Senator. Merlinda Philomene, Deputy Director of HR Labor Relations. Of the 24, 17 are classified and 7 are exempt.
Okay, and then again, so then how much does 17 employees come to, which they would be out of the general fund, and then the 7 are exempt? Or is it even though the exempt persons are of the general fund, but of those 17, how many are of the general fund is what it is they're asking about. What kind of total we're looking at? Are any of them federally funded of that 24? That's the difference we need.
So no, Senator. All of them are general fund.
Right.
And the reason why they're basically saying that the reason why they have a reduction in their budget is because of the 50%.
It still don't add up.
It does. It does. It's because of the 50%. But my question, my concern is we're reducing VITEMA's budget.
Right.
And it looks like there's an increase only because we are now listing the utilities. You see? So Director Justin said he could afford to live with his budget. So tell us how. Because your other services and charges is reduced by 129. Your actuals for 22 under that category was only 341,000. Your 23 appropriations is $1 million. So your 24 recommendation is 866. So it's a difference of 129,000. But his budget is only showing an increase. It's not a true increase to this budget, okay? The increase on this budget is only because the utility is finally listed in here. But he does not have a true increase. And then your supplies, I think, why is your supplies so significantly increased from 56,000 to 412,000?
Winston Simon, Deputy Director, Admin and Finance. So the supplies budget showing a big increase because there's a lot of added stuff. For example, there's some meals and stuff added in there. And when I say meals for emergency meals for like if we have a storm and stuff, that's added in there. That's one of the reasons why there's significant increase.
So what y'all been doing before?
Well, before we would try to, since I've been there, we haven't had to do it. But before, we would have tried to tap into the disaster contingency fund. So that's where we would anticipate the funding coming from.
Okay, we got to drill on some more. Senator Bulkas, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon, Central Staff. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Director Joshin, good afternoon. As we have been speaking on what looks to be a decrease in your budget, I am sure my colleagues and I are not quite comfortable with the Emergency Management Agency potentially not having funds during a hurricane season, one could easily assume. So please tell us what would be the reasoning for most of these deductions that we see before us in the post-auditor's report. What has changed? Are you getting federal funds to augment operations as well?
Good afternoon, Senator Bulkas, Director Joshin. Some of these have been reshuffling around how some of the funds are provided to us. We did talk about utilities coming back to us, if you will. We also noticed that Civil Air Patrol and some of the rescue have been in the historical side of the house back under OMB. They're now back under VITEMA. Additionally, Chief of Staff has provided us some funding to support generators, generator maintenance, some repairs for shelters as we set those up. So those are additional line items that we've added in this fiscal year 2024 side of the house. So there are a lot of federal funds that are supporting to us for progress, and we mentioned a couple of those. But things like the furniture for 911, that's going to have to come out of the general fund budget for us to go forward, as well as a lot of the services
Is
that
that,
we do.
Director Joshin, is that why we're seeing that 634% jump in supplies? Is that also covering the furniture that you speak of? In the post-auditor's
Simon,
report?
can you address that specifically, that percent?
Winston Simon, Deputy Director, Admin and Finance. Yes, that's why you see the big increase.
Okay. What else are those supplies other than furniture, if you don't mind me asking?
Give me a minute here. Where's my sheet? Too much paper.
While he's looking for that, what's the status of our tsunami sirens? Are they all functional currently?
No, Senator, they're not all functional. That's why we have actually American Signal on site here working this week on St. Croix to isolate and repair those sirens. It's taken us several months to get them in here. It's outside the funding that initially was set up for Irma Maria, but they are on site. I believe we have 9 of them on St. Croix as our main concern, 3 over on St. Thomas. So that's the main focus right now. We're looking at St. Croix. Again, we want to test these every month to make sure we recognize what is working and what's not working.
Okay, Director Joshin, the last time you were before us in public safety, homeland security, I mentioned to you that I understood that there was sort of an exodus at VITEMA, whereas a lot of employees had left. And I'm now looking at the vacancies. Are these the vacancies that resulted from that mass exodus?
Senator, this Director Josh, and a lot of the departures have come from 911, and we talk about the filling of those vacancies. That's the main surge, if you will, if anything, with our vacancies for 911. Ms. Philomene can address most of those issues, but I would say we're well underway to fill those vacancies at this point.
Okay. My understanding, based on communications, and I'll side with my minority caucus leader over here, which he also always asks the questions about raises for employees. And my understanding is that a lot of those departures were results of raises not being given to the employees. I'm not sure how accurate that is. However, I do believe that it is important for the men and women who work in that agency, that work very hard, that they are paid properly for their services. So
1 minute.
So can you tell us when was the last time the ECC members received the raise?
I'll ask Ms. Philomene to address that, please.
Good afternoon, Senator Bolkes. Based on the collective bargaining agreement, fiscal year 2021 was the last year that the 911 call center operators were negotiated for salary increases. They have since received those increases, inclusive of back pay.
30 seconds.
We do have 1 year outstanding from the contract that expired in September, that when we get to the negotiation table with the union, that last year of that contract is still up in the air, that we do have to negotiate salaries for that time period. But the 911 call center operators have received salary increases as of April of this year for going back to fiscal year 21.
Okay, thank you for your answer. And before I leave, I want to say that we appreciate the work that the Emergency Management Agency does, and we want to assure that the employees of this agency receive what they are due. Because once imminent danger comes, your agency is in charge of this territory. So, it's very important that we make sure that the men and women of the agency are made full. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Senator James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes. The James is not here with us right now. He probably stepped out of the room. Senator, carry on. Okay. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes. Pleasant good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Now watch this. Mr. VITEMA Director, Mr. Jasin, on page 3 of your testimony, I have it right here, on May 22nd, 2023, you testified before the Homeland Security, Public Safety and Justice Committee that VITEMA has no dedicated staff for weather forecasts. So I'm asking you, what is the overall mission of VITEMA? You stated that you have no meteorologists on staff. So I'm asking you, in the current budget, those positions you were discussing, do you have a meteorologist in one of those positions?
Good afternoon, Senator Director Josh. No, there is not a meteorologist in that position. VITEMA,
Okay, good. Thank you. I just need a yes or no. I'm sorry. I just need a yes or no. Thank you. Okay, you see, a meteorologist is a scientist who observes, studies, and forecasts the weather. You know, there's 156 funded positions in VITEMA and not one meteorologist. And your testimony is that you have no one currently on staff dedicated to tracking weather forecasts. It's right here. You see, nobody in VITEMA can track where Storm Brent going tomorrow. The VITEMA budget on page 173, the total is $9,944,837. They're spending $10 million. All this money, and they have no ability to track the storms. On page 7 of your testimony today, you tell us that you awarded $5.6 billion for Hurricane Maria. Well, sir, see money day. You see, I'm recommending VITEMA must prioritize modernization and investing in the technology to be able to predict the hurricanes, its coordinates, and its movement. VITEMA needs to start this ability to track the storms. This inability to track the storms leaves the VI people overexposed. My question last hearing to you, Director, was, do you believe VITEMA would benefit from a local Doppler radio station? Will it help you? You stated no. You stated because you work closely with the National Weather Service in Puerto Rico, you can rely on them, and VITEMA don't need a Doppler. Right now, I could tell you the Puerto Ricans more concerned about where Brett going than these people in the VI. VITEMA must do a better job in tracking storms, and that's where a skilled meteorologist comes in. You stated you don't want a Doppler weather station. So I ask you, what's the cost of a Doppler radio station or even a next-gen radar, NEX rad? I check it out. It costs a lot less than the $45 million they legally use from the general fund to pay Vital. And can a Doppler radio station potentially save one life? The answer is yes. What price is the value for one single life? Having a VI Doppler weather station is more than worth it. It will minimize some of the stress our people go through with every storm. Right now, the people stressing over Brett. The next rad or the Doppler gives us the ability to predict the weather. The next rad weather station will pay for itself. You see, we have 2 airports and 2 seaplane ports that can benefit from having this Doppler. Our airports needs this system. Have you ever noticed sometimes the plane land from the other way to the airport? This is due to shifting winds and wind shears. The Doppler weather station will make our airports safer. It will pay for itself. Just one airplane landing accident at our airport, good Lord forbid, is enough justification. Airport safety is another reason why I'm recommending the Doppler. we check it out. The Federal Aviation FAA provides funding for Doppler radar system. It's primarily used to detect hazardous wind shear conditions, and there are over 60 of them in the United States, including Puerto Rico. Why not have a Doppler radio stations? Madam Chair, can I be allowed to finish my statement? Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Additionally, with this Doppler or NexRad radio system, the VI can produce hurricane data locally, and this is important. Our hurricane data can be uploaded and collected by the National Weather Service. This means that the Virgin Islands will become more important to the feds. We will now be a source of hurricane data. Right now, anyone can download the hurricane information, including the European models, the American models for the last 25 years. It's available on the cloud. With our own Doppler radar, our local meteorologists can produce this information. Right now, you recently came before us to allow for a zone change for 4 acres in Hormone Hill to build a brand new big facility. Well, you could secure this meteorologist as one of the 90 staff you'll be able to house after a hurricane. So now I don't want to tell you how to do your job, because they say in this legislature we ain't got no solutions. But I recommend VITEMA should embrace the vision to become a contributor to the overall National Weather Service data generated in the Atlantic Ocean and Caribbean Sea. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your time.
Director Johnson, would you like to provide a response?
Thank you, Senator Greg. I just would say, the National Hurricane Hunters come out of St. Croix. They're flying out starting tomorrow. They provide real-time data, not just to the U.S. Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, to all, future, forecast threats for hurricanes. So we do have a partnership, not just with National Weather Service in Puerto Rico. I've already talked to them 3 times today, 4 times yesterday. We very much, we produce products both in English and Spanish, but we have a tremendous team of both local and federal to provide an overall picture for the people of the territory with that purpose to save lives and protect property. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Senator Carrion? Is Senator Carrion still? Yes, you're recognized for 4 minutes.
Chair. Good afternoon, Director, to you and your team. Now let's start off by addressing some of these grants placed here in the post-audit report. So the nonprofit security program, what's the status on that? I want to know, has this grant been dispersed? What's the status specifically? Also, what you've been doing to advertise these grants?
Senator, this is the Homeland Security grant?
Yeah, Homeland, yes. The nonprofit security program.
Okay, okay, it's a great question, sir. I'll ask Deputy Director Bruin, who's online on Zoom. That's her program, and she will answer the question.
Good afternoon. Floresita Bruin, Deputy Director of Grants Management. We heard your call last year, Senator Carrion, and we partnered with BOAD, and they were instrumental in assisting us get out the word, especially on the island of St. Croix. We were able to have a training in the month of, I believe it was March or April, forgive me, I can't remember the time period, and we had at least 25 participants in Sunny Isle Baptist Church. Very enthusiastic. Out of that, we got about 9 applications from the District of St. Croix. Our initiative is to expand, and we're hoping to also, we had some issues we had some issues getting the word out initially, but we picked up speed when it came to April, and we were very pleased to have a lot of people come out and listen to us regarding what the grant is about and what it can do for them. So we actually submitted all the applications that we received, and we're waiting for word back from FEMA. So I'm hoping to get a lot of approval this year for the 2023 grant.
Okay, so nothing has been dispersed, obligated to, awarded to anyone thus far?
Not as yet. We have to wait. We have to wait for FEMA's approval. They have the final review and approval, but we submitted all the applications that we received.
You know what the time frame for the review process?
Well, the grant, I'm hoping that we will have a response by September, early September, because the grant goes live. Actually, no, I'm sorry. I'm hoping that we get word by August because the grant goes live October 1.
Very well. The emergency management performance.
Let me confirm that.
What about the emergency management
Go
performance?
ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
The status of-
EMPG is a specific grant. It has to cover ensuring that we cover the THIRA and all the gaps in the THIRA. That grant also covers a lot of our staff, personnel staff on EMPG as well as Homeland Security.
And it was dispersed?
We now have, yes, we're using we have three grants open. We have 2021, 22, and we just recently applied for 2023, and we should get wording back from that. But yes, all grants are active.
Okay, with regards to the one that expired on January 31st, 2023 for almost $1 million, $955,000, was that all obligated?
Yes, sir. With that one, we sent back about, I think it was about $2,000, and it was because we had some documents that were encumbered and they were no longer needed, and because we were in a liquidation period, there was nothing we could do about that.
Very well. And pre-disaster mitigation?
PDM, the PDM grant that's a break grant that's converted to the break grant. That grant is specific. There's not some of those projects. Miss Graciela is not here, but some of those projects are specific, and I believe they converted from the PDM grant over to either hazard mitigation. I believe to the hazard mitigation grant. So unfortunately, there's not much we can do about those projects.
Anything else you want to add to that, Director, in regards to the PDM?
I'd have to get some more information from Ms. Rivera. I see what your question is, Senator, but let me respond back to the chair on details on that, sir.
Please do submit through the chair. The Homeland Security Grant Program, Director.
Mrs. Bruin, the Homeland Security Grant, the details, that's a very active grant for us. We have many years.
Correct.
15 seconds.
Correct. That grant houses the Fusion Center and personnel costs, as well as Operation Stone Garden, and as well all the sub-recipient projects that we have. That grant is in full swing, and if we have any savings, it's always redirected back to any projects that can increase their activities. So our goal is never to return a dime, and we are very good at what we do. So yeah, we're confident that we'll be able to spend all the fund in those grants.
Okay, because that's $1.8 million. Director, just in closing, are any of these grants, are there administrative costs associated to them, or employees that are paid out of these grants that we mentioned?
Yes, there are, Senator.
They are. Okay, so that percentage is being met. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
All right. Let's go to the federal funds since my colleagues that just spoke drill down on the federal dollars. So as we look at the page 3 of the post-audit report, we're seeing that there's a reduction in your federal funds for FY 2024. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am. Keep in mind that we got COVID funding, and those COVID funding went away. So you would see we had like $200 and something thousand that we got for COVID, or we got it like twice, and actually we still have one open for 130 something thousand in 2024. That's the last of the supplemental funding, the ARPA funding that we've seen. So you will, and not only that as well, especially under Homeland Security, based on Operation Stone Garden and the requests that they have, we are seeing a drastic decrease. And some of the reason is, of course, they're seeing an increase in the influx of individuals coming into the territory. So a lot of the funding is being redirected to those states for that cause.
Understood.
So for example, home Operation Stone Garden, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So I understand. So then tell me, why are we seeing an increase in the indirect costs if your overall grant amounts are slated to see a reduction? Is it that your rate?
The indirect cost is solely based on the tsunami grant, and that's based on the request that we make. It's, keep in mind that we're buying for funds across all of the states and
No.
Puerto Rico and
One
whatnot.
second.
Sorry.
Slow down a little bit. So,
Okay.
your grants, you said it's your indirect cost is based on your tsunami federal dollars.
Only tsunami, correct.
And how much money do you get in the tsunami?
It depends on what we ask for. But in the past, we've asked actually for 3. We've ranged from 3 and change since I've been there. Matter of fact, we submitted our application this year for 500. We actually submitted it for 6 and change, but they disagreed with one of the projects that we had. So it dropped to 500 and something thousand. So you actually will see an increase in our indirect cost amount. We've been ranging about 70 something thousand dollars in the last 2 years. We have 2021 and 2022 open now, and our indirect cost is about 70 something thousand dollars, 70 something plus $1,000. This year, based on our application that we submitted and the projects that we submitted, there should be an increase in our indirect costs for 2023 when it goes live.
Okay, so the indirect costs that's in your multi-year funds is associated only with the tsunami-related funds. That's clear.
For VITEMA proper, yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right. And then your emergency services funds. So under your emergency services funds, I see that there is a reduction from FY23 from 1.4 million to 979. Correct? Yeah. So to 979. What's the reason for that?
Senator Director Josh, and I'd ask Mr. Simon, Deputy Simon from Finance, because he's been very involved with this particular fund.
Winston Simon, Deputy Director, Admin and Finance. Part of the reason for that is that in 24, I should say in 23, we had a project to beef up, or actually a project to get new telephone systems. That project is not in fiscal year 2024 because that has been done. So that project was reduced from there.
Yeah, but even if the project was reduced, I mean, I'm gonna drill on this some more because my colleague, he has to go. So I'm gonna allow him his 4 minutes, and we're gonna come back to that, because even if you have a reduction in a project, the percentage that comes to you from the emergency funds, that's the percentage that comes to you. What percentage of the emergency funds do you get?
We get 40%, 40. But what you're referring to is not, it's based on what we want to spend the money on versus it being the percentage that
so
we get.
So money stays back on the table then, that's what you're saying?
No, the money is there all the time.
So then money stays back on the table. That's what happens. Senator Gittins, I'm going to let you go. You can, you're recognized for your 4 minutes. We're going to come back to this so we can be clear. Okay. I have to give Senator Gittins a few minutes, so let's keep talking about this. Let me get the fund balances for the Emergency Services Fund. So when FY 2023 started, there was a carryover of 2.6 million, and you share that with
Fire and EMS.
You share that with Fire and EMS, right? So you get 40%.
Yes, ma'am.
So you don't budget for your anticipated 40%? You budget for what you need for that year?
Yes, we budget based on what we think we're going to spend the money on. Again, the money, it doesn't go away, it stays there. So if anything comes up, we know we have some funding there. However, that funding is 911 specific. So you can't use it on anything.
Correct. So what we need to do on our end, Mr. Post Auditor, we need to look at how the funds have been broken down to make sure that the 60-40? 60-40?
Yes.
That the 40%, that one entity is not getting more than the next. Because, yeah, we have to check that. We have to make that verification. I mean, we can't ask you how much you think is going to generate. How much? So when you look, do you all look at the emergency services fund overall? Do you look at the fund to see what the fund is generating and what your 40% would look like, or you just basically do a budget?
No, we look at the fund and we generate what our 40% will look like. We do that.
Well, I don't agree with you. Based on your 2022, you had 620,000, 23, 1.4, and in 24, you're asking for 979, which is under $1 million. So, just tell us, for the sake of the public, how the emergency service funds are generated. How do we get that money?
The emergency services fund is generated by the $2 surcharge based on cell phones and what's not. That's how it's generated.
It's added to cell phones, electrical sewage, or other utility bills or tax schedule grants. But I think right now we only hit the cellular phones. Correct?
Right, as far as I know,
Yes.
those phone services.
All right. We just need to make our own verification to make sure that the funds are being allocated the right way, Mr. Post Auditor. Okay, even if you are budgeting for what you want to do for that particular year, it also still means that the earnings are able to sustain what you're budgeting for based on your percentage. That makes sense?
Yes.
Yeah, so we just have to verify that to make sure that it's in line. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. Director, let's go straight to it. Premium pay. Your employees, especially 911 dispatchers who could not perform their duties from within the comfort of their homes, were they all paid their premium pay?
Okay, Senator, I'm going to ask Director Josh, I'll ask Ms. Philomene to address the premium pay because she worked very hard to get this done.
I'll accept that, but you as the head should be able to tell me that one time. We've been at this for too long.
Well, the answer is yes, they've all been paid.
That is correct. All of the call center operators who qualified within the parameters, according to OMB, received their premium pay.
Excellent. Any of them were making over $70,000 at the time, even with overtime?
No.
Okay, so then they should have all been paid. Thank you. Good to hear that, at least from one of the agencies. I think someone asked about the VITEMA alerts already, so I'll leave that. But what continues to baffle me on page 3 again, I think page 3 is a most popular topic today. I'm seeing where you spoke to having some 156 funded vacancies. But what's alarming to me is of the 156, you have 59 classified employees and 97 exempt employees. Why so many exempt positions?
The bulk, Merlinda Philomene, Deputy Director of HR and Labor Relations, the bulk of our exempt positions are grant-funded positions.
Okay, so the bulk are grant-funded positions. So from the non-grant positions, how many are exempt?
19, sir.
19. Okay. And you stated you have 24 vacancies right now under the general fund vacancies?
Currently, we have 20 vacancies
20
under the general fund.
20 vacancies under the general fund, and then another 36 or so under the federally funded positions.
That's correct.
So about 56 positions roughly.
Roughly, yes.
I mean, so many people looking for jobs. Why we can't fill these vacancies?
Well, to be quite honest, Senator, relative to the classified vacancies, specific to 911, we've had a recruitment fair, which was very successful. We do have plans on having a similar event to fill the remaining of our vacancies, but we do actively recruit, specifically for our grant-funded positions. Honestly, sometimes it is difficult to fill some of these positions with qualified people. And when we do find them, sometimes they don't stay with the agency or in the position.
Okay. Page 6, under operations, you spoke about the VITEMA's EOCs being on St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John, and it being utilized by various agencies to host meetings and trainings. I hope this ain't just a meeting center. We're talking about being on St. John, isolated from the main island, etc., with 36 federally funded positions and another 20 general fund positions. How many of these vacancies in your portfolio are specifically for St. Johnians that resides on St. John, and especially that would operate
1 minute.
out of the EOC?
I would say 0.
You would say 0. And is that a comfortable answer for you?
Yes, well, we have 3 individuals on St. John.
Is that a comfortable answer for you?
Right now it is.
It is?
Yes.
Well, I am utterly shocked. We're talking about, what's the population of St. John? How are you going to tell me that 0 is a comfortable number for you?
30 seconds.
0 open?
No.
No. We have 3 individuals that live on St. John that are full-time employees of VITEMA.
So I'm asking, don't you think that you should be hiring more St. Johnians, and especially in the EOC, to be specifically grounded on St. John?
Then we have 1 position as a supervisor that's authorized for the island of St. John, and she's been there for years and years, Ms. Linda Williams. To answer your question, I'm fine with 1 individual.
We'll handle this in my committee of jurisdiction, because I can't accept your answer here today at all. Page 7, under hazardous mitigation. I definitely need to see some progress like I'm seeing in the other district here on St. Croix. This $20 million federally funded building project in Harmon Hill. What's the status? I noticed you said that you'll be meeting with the CZM. How soon do you think this will happen so we could see some groundbreaking?
We've not set that meeting up. That's the next step in the process. Once the rezoning was done, we have to now move to the CZM for federal
So we should be moving so aggressive. The rezoning was done already.
Yes.
I mean, we should be at the next step.
Agreed.
So, I mean, we're planners, right? Prior planning prevents poor performance.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I think time was called, but I have 2 quick ones, if I may.
You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you. Page 9, under challenges, you spoke about the disability integration. Where were these positions posted, if they were, and for what district?
It's Ms. Philomene to direct that.
The position has not been posted, but we do have plans on posting the position within the next 2 weeks.
Okay, yeah. So you say here 30 days, which we always have these fancy things, but for what district? Why not post for both one time? I noticed you said you didn't even have it one budgeted in this fiscal year.
Well, the funding provided to us from legislature is $120,000. That's for sunset this year. So that's enough for us to hire one position.
That's classified or exempt?
That position was determined as an exempt position.
Exempt. Okay, and the last one is collective bargaining agreement. You stated now that you have a tentative date for September 2023. Is this by word of mouth, or you actually received correspondence that this contract negotiation will be taking place?
We do not have a confirmed date in September. However, the Office of Collective Bargaining has advised us that they will be scheduling for September of 2023.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the leniency.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Colleagues, I don't know that I have any other questions for VITEMA, other than to ask them to please submit a completed personnel listing with your vacant positions and the total to include your associated fringe benefits, because I still remain unclear, because the personnel listing that was sent from the Office of Management and Budget has a number of 3.843562, and the executive budget book has a total of 3.123895. Do you have a copy of the post-audit report? Yeah, so you need to look at that a little closer, because there is a discrepancy, so we need to have that discrepancy cleared up so we can make an informed decision. And as I said earlier, I remain concerned about the allocations, because annually the allocation needs to be allocated based on the law to the respective entity, whether it be fire and EMS or VITEMA, by the percentages of 60-40, and even if there's funds that's left back on the table, I agree it's carried over, but I'm not certain if this is being managed. Because when I look at times the revenues from last fiscal year was 2.241. Your 40% of that is 896,000. So I don't know if there was a carryover from the previous year. More than likely there is, but this has to be managed to a T, because there is an agency, I can't remember their name right now, that actually does reviews of this. Do you remember the name of them? It's a federal agency, because they've written letters to us before.
Yeah, the Federal Communications Commission has
Yes,
sent
the
you a letter a
FCC.
couple of times.
Correct. So they
The
actually...
FCC.
Correct.
Every year I have to submit this validation of all the monies that are just the ones identified for the 911. The other monies we're talking about are not even asked about.
Right. So I have to really, we have to really look to see if you're getting all that you should get from this per fiscal year. And even if you don't use it, you have to know what is available to you to carry over for the next year. That make sense?
Yes, Senator, it does. But we work with Department of Finance, so they send us the fund balance and what our portion is, and with that we also do the calculation based on their numbers to see if it pans out to what they're saying.
Okay, but your numbers fluctuate every year based on your need. That's what you're claiming, correct?
Yeah, we do a budget based on what we think we're going to spend the money on for that year, but that doesn't negate the fact of what's in the fund itself.
So I think we're saying the same thing. So you would know that if there is $200,000 that could possibly be carried over to another year, that those funds are available to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Make sense? Senator Fonseca, as you're recognized for your point of information.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The emergency services total, I don't know if this was explained, but on page 174 of the budget, page 4 of your testimony, you said you requested $979,494 of the revenue collection of the emergency services surcharge to manage equipment, etc. I noticed the total is $1,362,428, so there's a difference of $382,934. Did you?
So let me just answer that. Let me just deal with that. That's what we were just discussing.
Yeah.
That if there are funds that's carried over, then those funds are available to them.
Okay.
If they didn't use it in the previous fiscal year, then it's still available to them because it's part of their mandated 40%.
Okay. So OMB doesn't control that. It's directly available to them?
Through the Department of Finance.
Okay. All right.
Correct?
Thanks.
All right. Okay. Colleagues, I don't know who's on St. Croix, but I don't have any other questions for Director Jackson other than they ask that they submit the clear personal budget so we can really understand what's happening there. And that's basically it. So, Director Jackson, I'm going to give you an opportunity to, I think everybody that's in the room, did anyone come that did not get an opportunity to speak in St. Croix? Okay. All right, so Director Jackson, I'm going to ask you to... Senator Gittins, you want to add something else? You can proceed before we wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted a quick clarification from the HR director. I was trying to find some old notes, but I can't find it. But I wanted to ask you, since you were telling me, trying to address my concerns with so many exempt employees, and you said most of it are through the grant funding. What's your breakdown of employees between classified, non-classified? Do you have like what you would call core employees? I'm trying to see why you would lump the federally funded positions under the exempt status.
The majority of our exempt positions are federally funded. We do have, I believe, about 6 or 7 positions that are split between the federal funds and the local funds. And then we have a small portion of our exempt positions that are from the general fund. It's actually in our quick view in a testimony on page 2.
But do you have like what you would call core employees?
Well, definitely, I won't say employees, but divisions, and then there's specific positions within those divisions that we would consider, or I would consider core. Operations definitely being one of them, our planning operations division, our planning and preparedness division, and of course our fiscal and admin division. We also have positions such as our PIO position that gets information out to the community would be considered one of our core positions, and all of our deputy positions are core positions.
Okay, I'll have a conversation with you after.
No problem.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. So basically what the senator is trying to get at is the exempt positions should be positions that are basically policymaking, not positions that are made exempt because of their funding source. So that's basically the concern that how did you determine what positions to be exempt and what should be non-union classified or classified? That's basically the issue.
This is Florissita Brown. May I? The positions that we have that are exempt, they're disaster recovery related. And remember that disaster recovery, which is public assistance and hazard mitigation, has a beginning and an end date. So that's why they were classified as exempt positions, because they work at the existence of the grant for disaster recovery, PA and hazard mitigation, Hurricane Maria and forgive me, I forgot the other name. We have the core positions that Senator Gittins is referring to, we call VITEMA proper. And those are 18 positions in all, which is VITEMA regular. They're, again, the same thing, the life of the grant, but they're recurring positions, VITEMA proper. We have 18 of them.
Okay, understood. So I think what needs to be really clarified just across the board for all of the government agencies is what positions.
Madam Chair?
I'm hearing you. Give me a second. What positions should be classified? What are the parameters for classified non-union and exempt positions? Senator Gittins, you wanted to say something?
Yes, just quickly. So as I was telling them, the core employee would also be that employee that works at the life of the funding that you have available. After the funding is expired, there's no more, then that core employee goes, unless you get more monies. But they should not be lumped into the unclassified. And I mean, I'm not just saying that every unclassified or exempt employee is a policy maker, but definitely those are employees that just work at the will of the administration. So I'm asking you to take a look at that, work with the Division of Personnel, but those employees should not be lumped into that category of exempt. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. And again, that's our Division of Personnel needs to set the policies around what those should look like. Because I think over the years, it has definitely gotten out of control as it relates to what positions are classified, non-union, unionized, and exempt. So that requires some sort of policy from the Division of Personnel. So Director Joshin, we're going to give you an opportunity to close, 30 seconds. You may proceed.
Thank you, Senator. In closing, I'd like to first thank the hardworking staff of VITEMA for continued support to the territory. No matter which island they live on, no matter what the weather conditions are, they show up and they support, perform outstanding. We've come a long way together. Our success is driven by our actions as members of a strong team. Second, I want to thank my fellow commissioners, directors, executive directors, private sector partners, and the federal partners who are always willing to answer the call to meet and coordinate for readiness and response. Third and finally, I want to thank the members of the 35th Legislature for their continued involvement in questions during the Senate hearings or attendance at VITEMA events. Together, we are stronger than ever. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And before you go, could you just give us a very quick update on the event that is currently churning in the, what is it, the Atlantic? The Caribbean.
Yes, Senator. This is to Tropical Storm Brett. I had a call at 11 o'clock with the National Weather Service in Puerto Rico, as well as the U.S. Coast Guard, to talk about Tropical Storm Brett. Is not going to look at increasing to a Category 1 right now based upon the forecast. It's going to stay a tropical storm. It's probably going to pass within 200 miles south of St. Croix, most likely Friday, Saturday. The storm force winds are going out about 40 miles an hour. We'll probably have some maritime warnings that will go out, but right now the hurricane hunters will be going out Wednesday afternoon to do some real support actions and updates to us. But it's moved much further to the south, and it has not started that twist to the north. It's staying to the south. It'll go south of Puerto Rico right now. That's as of 11 o'clock this morning. The next update will be at 5 o'clock this afternoon by the National Weather Service.
Thank you for that. And let's continue to pray for our sisters and brothers in those Caribbean countries, as well as to pray for ourselves that this event does not impact us here in the Virgin Islands. God knows that we can't afford another hurricane, storm, whatever you want to call it. We just can't. So there are no other questions. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Central Staff employees and the Post-Audit Division employees for making sure that we were able to put together this meeting today, and my staff and the testifiers that's before us today. Thank you for the time, and we look forward to working together to finalize our 2024 budget. The Committee on Budget and Appropriations and Finance is hereby adjourned.